Good afternoon. I'm calling this meeting to order. Mary, please take the roll.
Trumbull.
Here.
Coulter.
Here.
Howard.
Here.
Harris.
Yes.
Garcia.
Here. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go to item number 2, public comment. Nobody signed in. Nobody here to speak. Okay. Move on to item number 3. I'd like to welcome the county commission. Please call the meeting to order.
Call the meeting of Board of County Commissioners to order. Mr. President, I believe John's supposed to be calling it.
He's supposed to be calling. All right.
John, can you hear us? You're on speaker.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. We move on to item number B, Economic Development Committee Chamber Board discussion. With the county, I'd like to welcome the newly elected board. I'd like to congratulate you on being nominated. We know that we've got the top of the line here, so we look forward to working with you guys. So I'd like to welcome Rochelle, Steve, Ben, and Amy, and Jackie, and Jennifer, and Bill. So with that being said, I'm going to turn over this discussion to Andrew. You want to give a little bit of a background, and then we'll enter into discussion with the county.
Sure. So the board has met a couple times now. Actually, in the last meeting, I was unable to attend, so we'll kind of turn it over. The meeting prior, though, I know they did select Jennifer to be their board president. So I guess I would defer to Jennifer to talk to us about kind of what the board is at. And the board has previously developed a series of questions and guidance that they need in order to be able to kind of proceed with the task that we set out for them. So I will turn it over to the board for your questions, and if there's anything that we can all answer collectively as a city and county.
Thank you. We've met a couple times. Each of us has visited with somebody in another community and gotten ideas from another community and thoughts. We do have an interlocal agreement and bylaws from another county that we kind of feel like that aligns with what we're planning to do with our structure. And so I'm not sure. I sent it to Jake and to Brett, and he said he felt like this was out of their scope, and so they felt like Jake didn't respond, but Brett did. How are we going to handle this and figure out how to form our organization? Do you want us to seek outside legal counsel? And if so, we need a budget and we need funds to pay somebody to do that. So just
From the county side of it, what I got from the conversation with Brett, it's not a question of money, it's a question of time with him. And I think quite frankly, I think he's a little bit nervous, and this is his first time being a county attorney, and I know they got a lot on their plate. He's got a lot of unfinished things from Charles' side as well. So time is a deal for him. He didn't want to get bogged down with it anymore, and I get it. Because I did actually ask the question, is this something we could do for a little bit more money? And he said, it's not the money, it's the time. And so that's where that's at from our standpoint. That's all I know.
As far as the legal part of financially, we do have about like 30,000 left in economic development we can use. Because I know you guys need to get a corporation set up, and I'll kind of discuss it, but that would probably take $10,000 or so. That's kind of what it took, wasn't it, on the home to do that?
well, we used Grace Team helped us as well as Brett helped us as well. So
Right, but I think the legal bill, I mean, we put about $10,000 to get that. So that's probably your first step, but I think the county could come up with money out of the economic development side to help fund that, to get that in place. You got to have that in place before we go much further.
right.
And,
Well, we have an interlocal agreement and bylaws that I'm not saying copy and paste or whatever, but I feel like it's a pretty good guide for what they would need. So we need to address the bylaws and interlocal agreement, and then checking accounts. We don't want to dissolve any accounts at this time, because we want to figure out what their statuses are before we dissolve them. So there's 3 entities, I believe, that we're talking about.
Yep.
Chamber, Economic Development, CBB. So we don't want to dissolve those, but we're interested in keeping those at this time to move forward with the plan.
Well, it's like with the CBB money, that's already been approved for 2020 for that board. And that's why that leads into the next question. When do we foresee this going into effect? Be after the first of the year.
Okay, so January 1st is what we were,
Yep.
is our target.
I think that's reasonable. Gives you guys time to.
So we would like to be housed at the Welcome Center, this office, this position. So that's acceptable to everybody that we're.
Yes, I believe that's.
Has every board member had time to look at the bylaws that Jennifer is talking about?
Yes.
And may I ask which county that's being emulated out?
That's Norton County,
North County.
and so there's a lot of people moving and shaking right now with the spark funding, with different funds available, and block grants and different things. There's a lot of people that I feel like we're missing out on a lot because nobody's there to assist
Sure.
with things, and we need to get moving constantly.
So my next question would be to the county. So do you have any kind of idea? I know that the city has budgeted $90,000, and I don't know what you guys were wanting to allocate to that. But do you have any idea how much money is in the CVB so that these guys can get somewhat of an idea of what type of a budgetary amount, they're going to be dealing with?
Well,
Where that's at.
it was about 140,000 or so a year, but then we raised it 2%. It wasn't 3, and we raised it to 5, so it should be more coming in. But this year's been slow because of how many people are staying. I think they've received the date, I don't know.
So,
118,000. Yeah, that's
so if we base on those figures, guys, if we allocate 90,000, the county allocates 90,000, and you allocate the additional 140,000 from, CVB, and to be exact, the chamber's got about $10,000. I mean, I never handle the money, but that's what's in the account. So you'd be looking at approximately $330,000.
As far as budgeted money, we budget $50,000 a year for.
Great number.
So what our thoughts are is by the time we let these guys get up and going, get a director hired, the plan initially was for us to pay the director and the benefits, which, that'll far exceed that 50,000. What benefits are 30,000 plus. So that's the initial thoughts. And then whatever's left, is left. As far as saying there's 1 or 2 positions budgeted, no, I wouldn't say that unless you can hire somebody really cheap. Just, give them a secretary out of that, as long as it falls within that amount. How do you guys envision this being set up ideally? And what's your dream budget? Because my thoughts are you guys are going to be running pretty lean for a while. I mean, until you get some contacts made, some buy-in from the community.
I feel like the most important thing is the director, and we also need someone to be answering phones, and so time, 1.5 FTEs for sure in the beginning would be a good start. We could go up to 2 full-time employees after that. But I feel like the director needs, right now, we're in an economy that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of funding out there available. The economic director would go for it. We would have the ability to get funding. So I think our county and our city are losing out because there's not a director there to apply for things.
Right.
So
We know what we have for the budget this year remaining, correct?
Well, our original operating budget for
So you guys thinking 501c3 or what are you doing? What are you thinking?
Well, we need to, one of the Norton entities is that there's 501c6 for the Chamber of Economic Development, CBD. Like I said, we're kind of modeling after the Norton.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, the 501c6 can accept memberships. The 501c3 cannot accept memberships. They accept funds, funding opportunities. So, and I can forward these to Mary and to Ashley, and they can forward on what we were looking at.
Is it one of them can get grants and one of them can't? I mean, I know some, I can't think what the L says, but we can't get grants because of the way that the operation's set up.
So the 501c3 allows you to accept charitable contributions and be able to issue a charitable benefit for tax purposes at the end of the year. The 501c6 is similar to a membership organization, the Elks Chamber, which allows you to make contributions in the form of membership, but you can't provide any kind of charitable tax contribution. So most of the, like the College Foundation, for example, is a 501c3. So, yeah.
So you're probably going to want one to receive grants though, right?
Yeah, what we've kind of talked about a little bit as far as the structure has been the possibility of needing to still maintain both. Because the reality is that the function of this board and the three entities that exist within it, really, we still need to service the business community. So there still needs to be chamber functions. And to be able to do that, we still would like to see something where there's some membership-driven experience going on within that. At the same time, we want to be able to write grants, for example, to the A.G. Hansen Foundation, to be able to do some of the work that we're looking to do and partner with them and EICI, which is based up out of New York as well, which is their economic development entity. And so in order to do those things, we still need to have that flexibility of having the two different statuses.
Is that possible? Can you do both?
Yeah.
That's why we would keep the three separate accounts. We would keep Chamber, Economic Development, and CBD separate. We could work that out within
Okay.
the groups.
That's why we got these.
You can't have, if you could pay one person, you can, it's all laid out there.
I think you guys are on top of it. Good. We can go home now.
And so, I think part of our conversation has been, and part of the stuff we were really looking for feedback tonight was finding out what would be a loose framework as far as the budget that we were looking at, so that we can begin the process of laying out a respectable and reasonable budget for once, January 1st hits and we have those changes that are coming, but how can we also look at what can we do in the interim? Because as Jennifer's already said, there's funds, and a lot of it has to be used by the end of this calendar year. So we can get the ball rolling on at least some planning with going into it, begin the process of continuing the mission, vision, and what this needs to look like as an organization going forward. So those were some of the questions we were hoping to resolve.
So we have an ED right now.
33,000.
33,000. What's in economic development? Unspent this year, so. That should-
That sounds exact.
And then Dawn and I have talked about trying to see that Sparks on you, is that correct? So hopefully.
We
So
just
there's-
have at least half of ours.
Yeah, I think we should have a little
So,
more.
between the two, I mean, I think there'd be enough to get someone hired right away and help you out with this, and then plus for attorney's fees or whatever. I mean, I don't know how it works. We'd be paying if we kept it in-house under our current deal, but this is a bigger,
So this is kind of my take on it. I don't want to speak out of school.
you bet.
So the way that you're really going to structure this and the way that you've started it, and I'm going to say you're doing it the right way, is, when you first talked about it, you were going to go ahead and dissolve and combine all of your entities, and you wanted to keep them all together, and you guys wanted all the control and hiring and appointments and all that other stuff, right? So that would have still created them as a governmental entity under both of you, right? That's where the interlocal agreement comes in. What you're doing instead is you are actually creating an independent entity. That's what allows them to become a 501c3, a 501c6, or whatever. Because if they continue to work underneath the umbrella of the county, city combined, there's no reason to have a tax status because they would still be considered a pseudo-governmental agency. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So, with that being said, the problem with the attorney's fees is you have a county attorney, you have a city attorney, and in essence, my opinion was, and I told Brett this, and he agreed with me, he's not here to go with that, but he's not here, so I'll just tell you he agreed with me. We can't represent them, we can't make their bylaws, we can't do that because in its very nature, there is a conflict there. Because if something was to happen, for instance, you're gonna allocate funds to help with the budget, you're gonna allocate funds to do with the budget, the guidance of your councils, right? If something happens on the board that there's a misappropriation of funds, all of a sudden now you've got a fight between this entity and the funds that were provided to them, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you can't represent this client while things are good and say, okay, you're on your own when something bad happens. That's for your protections, okay, but it's also for your protection. Same thing, you're gonna want your own counsel that helps you set up the right 501c status and all the stuff that you need moving forward on that. That's really the take on it, timing wise, but after he talked to me today, Brett also recognized that, yeah, I guess I kind of see where that's going. So, Greeley County did it this way. That's where kind of this, what you're getting into is that I believe if you go about it this way, you're not going to need an interlocal agreement. You're not going to have to rely upon the Attorney General's opinions. You're not going to have to do that. But you have an independent board that your jobs are only to fund. Their jobs are to build the bylaws, hire the people, and do all that stuff. If the board does something that you don't like, or next budgeting cycle, that's where you designate what you're going to do and then how much you're going to allocate towards that. So, in a nutshell, there's your 1,000-foot view of how this thing is really going to work.
So piggybacking off of that, I was thinking, so we're talking about 501c3, you guys were also talking about hiring the director. Confident that can't happen.
That, again, they got to talk to Brett on how you're going to do that if you're going to actually hire a director that's going to have state.
Well, I thought about, okay, how can we have the director be a county employee, but yet work for them?
Because that should fall under their duties of hiring the director.
Yeah, I don't think it can be the county.
Okay, yeah, that kind of cleared up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jake.
I'm like the IRS, I'm just here to help.
Okay.
So if that's the case, you might, when you're budgeting, the amount of money that you would plan on saying to pay for the director, that you just go towards their budget, rather than hire their own.
Yep.
Plus, benefits, figure out how to do this, because it can't be a county employee, so it can't be under our umbrella. Yeah, okay.
And I don't, again, you need to talk to Brett Charles about it. I don't know if it's that they can't be a county employee at all, it's just when they're on this board, they're an appointed member of that board, but they might still be a director under the county side, but again, I'm not quite sure how you want to maneuver that.
It'd probably be a neater, cleaner deal if it was their employee. All the way, even though we got to kick in a little more funding or whatever, but it's your employee. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Show of hands, who wants out?
Okay, so there's 3 existing boards. There's a chamber board, a CBD board, and an economic development board. So have those boards been notified? Are they aware of that? And will website passwords, keys?
We've asked for a complete list of assets, ancillary equipment, contracts, agreements that are out there. To my knowledge, we haven't received any of that yet.
That's what they're supposed to be working on. What contracts are out there that got to be filled? I mean, we don't know what obligations they made. I'm sure there's some on some billboards and stuff that we're going to have to take care of.
Got to be some outstanding stuff that you all are going to have to call about.
Yeah, and then as far as dissolving those economic development chamber and CBD boards, is that something you're going to handle? Is that?
Yeah, not on my end, but, they'll be open about that.
So to keep your accounts separate, though, they still have to exist. You already know that, right? So you will essentially be replacing those people.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just make sure everybody understands.
Right.
What we're
It'll all be streamlined down to you guys.
Right.
So we appoint the CDB every year, and so we pretty much told them come January 1st, it's over, and then I think they're all aware of it.
They would be them.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, we don't be appointing anymore, the county.
So social media is a big thing, so I just want to make sure that we've got the Go Goodland approval, we've got the Visit Goodland approval, we've got all the, we've got all the passwords and things.
So Joe, let me give you just a little bit of chronological background when the conversations first started, and I think it was very clear at the county could jump in, Andrew, and the commissioners, but, you know, the purpose of moving in a new dimension for us is that we wanted to put a board that both the county and the city could structure in a way and facilitate every means possible without any measures of restriction on the operational mechanics where you guys were concerned. In other words, like Jay alluded to, a self-running board. And I believe that, that in doing so, this is my opinion, that budget has to be extremely well funded. If we expect the mechanics in forwardness of the three agencies to move aggressively, especially on economic development, when you look at CVB and you look at the chamber, their mission statements pretty much coincide cohesively from the respect that it's both our duties to bring people into town, to foster, to facilitate, to promote. So CVB is, if we don't get any heads on beds, we don't make any money, right? And so basically the structure of those two agencies, you know, are pretty much similar. So, you know, having said that, I think that we need to think in a visionary manner that whatever funds are available, you know, from the what's left on the county end, whatever is left on the city end, the chamber end, to immediately shuffle that so you guys can open your own accounts and so you can start, you know, some mechanical moving. Because you need, you know, you can't do nothing without money. I mean, you can talk and you can say, you're going to apply for grants, but grants, you know, take 9 to 6 months, who knows? So, you know, I think that our duty, when we initially started, was to allow as much latitude. We will have no control of the way this board operates. The only, and it's subject to change, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the only prerogative that both the city and the county had was to address the issue in the event that there was relational issues and that we could see progress moving forward. Am I correct? Right? But that is subject, you know, to change. Our whole vision and mission statement was to say, here you are, we will facilitate you with everything that you need. You run the show and the mechanics in whichever way you see that is going to best move and prosper our community in a way that, you know, that we get on with. I mean, that's the way. Anything else, Andrew, that am I missing? Questions? Steve?
Not a lot. I think that we're here because we're anxious to get started and serve our community, and we need some seed capital so that we can start evaluating the different entities and how we want to be set up, and then start working on moving forward and looking for that right person to help us get the job done. So you've answered some of our questions. I think that the bottom line is we need some seed capital so that we can now hire someone to guide us, direct us, and set us up. Good.
I think as soon as you get some accounts open, we can make that happen,
Yeah, we can't legally open an account in a bank until we have a legal organization, though. So
So you have to get your bylaws in place first, huh?
So that's kind of where we're at. We've met 3 times, some ideas, a lot of good thought, and we're kind of down to the point where we need to see capital to move forward.
So how's that, I guess, I'm wondering, so like what Jake was saying, if you can't open an account and yet you need legal counsel, can you guys seek legal counsel and then present us with the bill and we would pay that?
Well, they can, so it's under the purview of the organizers. That's really what the term is, depending on what your entity is actually going to be, LLC or corporation. You still start out as incorporators or organizers and all of that stuff, and that's what gives you that latitude to do those things until it's formally filed, accepted by the Secretary of State on down the line. So that should not be a problem.
Okay.
But again, if they submit the bill to you or whatever, that's.
One of the things we got to figure out tonight how to get the money in their hands so they can proceed and get something done.
So you would have to entrust, as far as your board members, you would have to entrust someone on your board as your organizer, and then they essentially are the appointed person to be the individual that's holding your capital until you get it filed, and then they transfer that into the Sherman County Economic Development Board account. Does that make sense?
So if we can
Like a
find,
banker,
if we
for
can find a good,
example.
honest banker, we can turn some money.
Depends if he's opening an account in his bank.
I'll take good care of it. I'll watch every day.
Okay, we'll have a meeting tomorrow. We can get you, okay? Get over. I think. Sure, Kim? Sure. Yeah, okay.
We should have at least just looking around 50,000 and left over from our ED that we can shuffle into, say, take it and run with it, whatever you need. Hire somebody, attorney, whatever. That'd be mine. It's left over from our ED budget.
Glad to enlist someone to start working for us, so we'll start creating a bill.
And Jennifer will turn over, we'll get, I think, 2 signatures, I think Stephen's going to sign it, to turn over the chamber funds.
Just got a point to make about it.
I was just saying, I think when we finalize our bylaws, then those are probably action items from both entities to approve. Should you agree with that?
We won't approve your bylaws or anything. We can't. Jake, we won't approve their bylaws, will we? I mean, they would approve the bylaws.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we're distanced ourselves. There's not guilty or anything.
Because here's how it works, and obviously we all kind of follow this from the federal level too. When you have the power of the purse, you kind of put what you want out there as far as what you'd like to see, all that stuff, and that's like the carrot and stick approach, right? So essentially, no, you could not sit there and say, no, you will put this in your bylaws, you will put that in your bylaws.
Right.
However, if you don't approve of what they're doing, obviously that reflects on when it comes into budgeting time as where you're at. That sounds nefarious, but that is how it works. But no, they truly, your obligations or your commitments truly start and end with your monetary contribution into them. That really is.
So Jake, let me ask you, even from a private practice, you couldn't form a 501c3?
No, because I'm the city attorney.
Okay.
And so, and I'll be honest with you, John, that is not something that a one-man show has the ability to do. There's a lot that goes into that.
Sure.
It means so much so that Kennedy and Co. hardly does any of it anymore.
So Ben, who created the colleges?
Oh, goodness. I couldn't even tell you, come back in 1964, so.
But
But I can tell you that,
would Jerry be available?
a similar model that operates within the technical college side. We have an independent body, which is the membership organization that runs all 7 of the technical colleges together. And then within that, we also developed a 501c3 that's separate, so a 501c6, 501c3, with the same board of directors that serves as both. So that would be a very similar model to this. And honestly, I don't think it'd be very hard for us, even if we don't have somebody right here locally, but for us to be able to find somebody in the state that specializes in this kind of work. So I'm sure we've got connections in place that we can do that.
Any other comments or questions for us?
So the contracts you're waiting on, you'll find out about them soon, because is that some more money that's going to come out of your funds? Or those contracts are already paid up, which just
Well, see, that'll be on the CBB side, and they should have already budgeted and have the money to pay those.
Right.
So until we get that, we don't know, but there should be money. They shouldn't have obligated contracts they can't fill, is what I'm saying, I guess. So we just don't know what they are. We don't know if it's like a several year
Yeah.
thing or it ends this year. I guess they need to bring it to you guys, not us. That only goes to the school, because we don't have to do that now, so we need to make sure that that board presents you with that.
Because don't lose sight of that, though. Your CB board is CBB, let's just say the entity, the CBB, based upon your statutory charter rules. Right.
Under us.
And it's still going to exist. It's just going to be in their house.
Correct.
So if there are contracts currently with CBB, whether it's billboards, whether it's magazine or whatever, those are still going to be good and valid and will continue to be enforceable because that entity is not going to go away.
So till that board resides here in January, we're still responsible for that stuff. So we need, I guess, we do need to get that from them again, present to them, so. Okay.
Just double check with Brett on that, but that's, don't lose sight that your entities are not going away.
Right.
Because they're just,
And the guidance that the monies they get from us, unrestricted, the CBB money has got some fines.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
tighter.
Provision.
And that's why kind of from the get-go, what we talked about has been still keeping those funds separate, because there are different requirements of what those need to be. And even from our standpoint on how we categorize and report back on how they're being spent, it's important to keep those separate.
So Andrew, the board can start using the launching center anytime.
Yeah, as long as it's a city commission, it's a city asset, so as long
Sure.
as the commission authorizes them.
I think that would be a good move.
So is there somebody there now, or is
No,
just now?
Kinsey just finished her last week with us. Right now, there's nobody out there. We'll fill it sporadically as we can, but it's a staffing issue, obviously.
So we can work with you on that, though. We can work with, so we have your approval to use the Wellness Center.
I entertain a motion.
We approved it a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can give you, if we want to move something in, we have documentation or brochures or things we want to move in, we can.
Yep. We're ready to roll. Yeah, make that.
Okay, with Andrew to give you some keys. Thank you for serving. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Again, we thank you for your willingness to work. I think we've got a good group. Thank you.
I wonder if we should just hire someone to work for us to organize us, so that we get our status set up, and then when we can open the account, then we can deposit that money. I don't really think so.
I don't think until they get the.
Yeah, we have to be legally organized just to open an account. But I'll call.
You just let us know.
I will. Yeah.
You have to check your names and look.
Still there, John?
Yeah, I'm going to adjourn. Okay.
Meeting for your board is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item number 4, consent agenda, items A, B, and C. The August 2020 Commission meeting minutes, appropriation orders 2020-16, 2020-16A, 2020-P16, and item C, appointment of Linda Wells to the museum board. Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Motion by JJ, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howard. Any questions or concerns? Mary?
Harris.
Yes.
Bradley.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
Sam.
Yes. Move on to item number 5, discussion, item A, 511 East 8th Street, Jennifer Busby. Andrew?
Mayor, did you say that Jennifer wasn't going to be?
Yeah, I was contacted by her. She decided she didn't, the element of time didn't work in her favor, so she just went ahead and did something else. So we can scratch that off. move on to item B, PIC consulting contract. Edward, would you just kind of give us a little bit of an orientation on the contract, when the 3-year automatic lapse is going to occur? Looks like it was agreement entered into February 1st, 2015.
Yes, so we amended this contract on March 1st of 2019. They are on 3-year terms. And again, you have this contract in your agenda packet. So it has an automatic renewal provision upon the expiration of the initial term. This agreement shall automatically renew for successive terms of 3 years unless terminated. Termination is identified in section 4.03 in the event that the client terminates this agreement during the middle of a consulting period without providing a minimum of 90 days advance notice. The client must pay an early cancellation fee equal to the lesser of 50% of the annual consulting fee for the consulting period, or B, the balance of any remaining fees for that consulting period. This early cancellation fee is due no later than the 5th day of the month following the month in which early cancellation occurred. So then termination is also covered under another section in the contract, I believe 702, termination dates. The agreement shall terminate on the earliest of the following: A, on the date specified in a written notice from one party to the other party indicating the intention to terminate the agreement. Such notice shall provide at least 90 days prior to the specified date. B, the effective date of any states or other jurisdictions' actions which prohibit activities of the parties under this agreement. Or C, any other date mutually agreed upon by the client and it. So in essence, if commission were looking to terminate the contract, you just have to give 90 days notice. It's pretty standard with a lot of the contracts that we work with nowadays and that we write up. So were there any other questions on the contract?
Now, what the fiscal timeline is from January to December?
That's the city's fiscal year, yes.
I'm just curious, I don't know what, this has been on there the last couple of meetings, but was there something specific that was wanted to be discussed regarding it?
And just the contract in general and the services that the commission feels like they've been receiving as far as being advised. I wasn't in favor of this was amended in 19, and I voted against, and she got a raise on top of it, and I voted against that for the same reason back then. And I think after hearing Mr. Longhofer on the conference call we had, just in the 5 or 10 minutes, I learned more. It was more helpful in the direction, and I'd be in favor of looking at giving notice for termination with a 90-day.
So just in a nutshell, what all does she provide with her services? Basically, any questions that anybody may have regarding their health insurance, she's the one who gives those answers.
Right. So HIC is not just a health insurance broker. She's a consultant. She does bid our health insurance around various companies. So each year, the city commission has a series of bids to look at and select from. In addition to that, they do health insurance and personnel consulting year-round. Right now, they're looking into a matter with, as we're getting COVID isolations, they're researching those matters for us. I think we had one employee who was denied a $250,000 health insurance claim, and they are working with the health insurance provider to get that claim covered. So things like that, when there are claim issues, when there are personnel questions to be answered, they do consult us year-round.
Yeah, so do compliance with ACA. They're the ones that
Obamacare
do
compliance.
everything that is required in order to to ensure the commission does not have to, or the city does not have to pay penalties for not being in compliance.
So that's just an important differentiation, maybe, that it's not just the person holding the health insurance, they do provide a wide array of personnel members as well.
Now, that a lot of stuff that's normally, say, in probably most companies, kind of taken care of by the internal HR department. Kind of stuff, I would say.
Potentially, if you had a full-time HR director, yeah. If that was a full-time position, then we could hire, we could handle that kind of thing internally.
But I mean, any other broker would do the same thing. I mean, they contract under the city to provide services in every respect of representing the city, the employees, keeping up with their health programs, everything. I mean, this is not an isolated case, and where she's the only one that does this, right?
But are you talking an insurance broker or an insurance consultant?
Insurance consultant.
Because she's a consultant, she's
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
broker, which
yeah.
you're referring to.
Yeah, well, any consulting services is going to provide this.
I think if you were to look at a separate contract, you would want that individual to provide a statement of work and to say,
Sure.
as part of this contract, you will provide ABC, because I wouldn't speak for any individual broker for the
Sure.
services they provide.
Sure. Well, I was just talking to Ben when he was talking about it. He says that he's worked with Mr. Longhofer for many, quite some time, and he is extremely well-rounded, well-educated on the parameters of insurance, and he is probably one of the best consultants that he's ever worked with. And so, but this would be something that he would have to come in and talk to the commission, and the commission would have to question him, and ask questions that are concerned, for consulting services. But I think if you want to model anything, you've got a contract that tells you exactly, any time that she decides to pull out, the city is still responsible for meeting those particular needs without consulting services. I mean, just because somebody is terminated, that doesn't stop the employees from having insurance or insurance needs. So, but anyway, so just a little bit of a background on this. It's pretty much in.
Has anybody here ever had any negative interactions that they'd be willing to say regarding our consulting services with what we have currently? I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan of all the details of how the contract is written. I think we've all pretty much said that we're not a fan of automatic renewals of any contract. Easily discussed. As far as our services, I don't have those services. I don't have any personal opinion. I've never heard any negative opinion regarding her services on the consulting side. I do know there's questions regarding when it comes time to bid the insurance policies themselves. So I guess I don't know exactly what's going to be done or what thoughts are being had.
I just think there's new approaches, new ways of dealing with insurance, and we've been on the back end of this for a long, long time, and we're just continuing to kick the can down the road when the costs have gone through the roof, and even to the point of something else that's coming up on the agenda that we need to talk to, literally costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars. And she should be the one bringing this stuff to us, not only to help employees, but to help the commission control costs for the city, and that's where we've fallen. And I think I've been in contact with enough people, there's enough different approaches out there, but we're stuck to one way. And I think not for a couple of years, and I'm not gonna continue down that path. And so that's just my opinion.
Have these
There's others here, but-
specific concerns been brought to her attention so that she has had the opportunity to address them?
I've asked several times, different ways. Usually it's here at the end of the year, and I've done that a couple different times. She brings back quotes and some options, but not, we weren't paying Mr. Longhoff or anything. And the proposal he came was, the direction I think the city needs to go to save money, looking at the long term. And that was just a short conversation, just for the resume he has and speaking to others that he's doing business with. I think we just need a new approach and a new vision to help control things. Because it's gotten way out of hand on the cost of things, and it's costing us money on the back end for other line items that can be that are being kind of left unfunded as much as they should be, along with having more money for wages. I made that pretty clear. And so I just think there's a different way forward. We should have done it a long time ago.
I guess here's kind of my thoughts, I think, on how we should approach this. I definitely agree that we should look into different options regarding our insurance and allow other consult agencies or whatever an opportunity to present, at that point in time. When we get presented with the insurance and we decide to go elsewhere, we could do that, get into a contract with another company, issue our 90-day notice with Rhonda, pay the $4,500 that it will cost us to run out those 90 days and move forward. But until we're at the point where we're getting our insurance closed, I just kind of think that there's anything that we could or should do at this point.
So I think though that, your numbers don't come in until late October. So you have to have somebody in place ready to move and shift. I don't think you can wait until October, to be perfectly honest, to make a decision of this magnitude.
I mean, if we have other consultants bringing us quotes for insurance, and we say, we like yours, we're going to take yours, they're going to sign a contract immediately. At which point in time we can give 90-day notice to Rhonda's corporation. We'll still have to pay out 3 months worth of $4,500, which is a pretty small price to pay, I think, if that's what we want to get out of it and move in another direction. But we won't know what direction we can move into until insurance time comes around and we can get those loans.
And I'm in agreement. I mean, you can't get rid of something you don't know what else is out there. Because we haven't actually talked to anybody, we haven't had no paperwork or anything. We don't know. So, like you said, we need to wait until they bring the options in on paper, to see where we're at, and then make the decision. But I'm still at the point where you can't make the employees pay any of their insurance just because that's part of their wage. It is, but it isn't. You don't see it on your statement. Insurance, this is part of your wage, but it is part of your wage.
And this doesn't have anything to do with whether they pay.
Right, I know, but it's still, but if you get those other insurance entities come in, you bring in different plans of 5 and 10%, you can't, I won't be aboard. I mean, if they bring in apples to apples, they're going to pay 100% of this, they're going to pay their prescriptions, they're going to pay all that, and it's cheaper to go with that company, and you have the same representation. That's just good business to go that way.
I think herein lies the position that, the unfavorable position that Rhonda's been put in, is that the contribution level, the employee-employer breakdown contribution level is ultimately a city decision, right? What level the city is going to pay and what level the employer is going to pay is ultimately a decision that the city commission makes. And you can can see just from this discussion that there's disagreement on which employee, how much the employer and how much the employee should have to pay, right? So in years past, when we have met with Rhonda, we have not said, bring us these contributions, because that was so outside of the window of what the commission was discussing at the time, right? So it's not fair to say, well, this consultant brought us 20%, an 80-20 breakdown, this one brought us a 95. That's really the city's decision to make. And the consultant is not supposed to be setting policy, the city commission is supposed to be setting policy. So it's unfair to go back on the consultant and say the consultant hasn't brought us this employer-employee breakdown. Really, that's your decision to make.
I don't think I could be any more clear the last couple of years what I wanted. I mean, I wanted an array of different plans, an array of different options to look at. You know, I'm not going to be forever a single person paying anything. And I made that clear. But I think I've been pretty clear on every way I've tried to describe it and come up with it in my own head and come up with ideas. And I'm the only one coming up with it and doing all the work. And I'm not getting anything from the consultant as far as I'm concerned. I've done it 2 years, I'm not going to do it 3. And there's a different road and a different avenue. And we've wasted a lot of money over the last few years, a lot of years. And I'll get to some numbers when we get to the next agenda item. And I think it's time for a change, and we got to move forward. The insurance has changed so vastly over the last many years, and we're doing things still back in the dark ages of what every business, every company, every corporation is doing, and it's costing us tons of money. And I'm not going to do it anymore because we're wasting taxpayers' money, and that's where I'm done. We need a different path forward.
So, but just to be clear, last year, commission was presented with an HSA option, a non-grandfathered plan option, a grandfathered plan option, and an employee 5% contribution option. So it's not that she just showed up and said, here's your one option.
I don't know where she's going to get her numbers. I've already talked to a couple organizations the same size of employees, and they're coming back with far less premiums than what she was coming up with. So I don't know where she's getting them from.
You know, that's where it comes in at any different time. You have the other consultants bringing their numbers. And if we choose to go a different direction, we go that direction, and we give them the 90 days notice.
Well, they're going to do the service for the type of service we need to service the employees well, necessarily for nothing.
But you know, it's kind of like,
The consultant company thinks that there's a chance they can get your business, and they're going to come in and offer you whatever they can do. And if you go with their plan and you go to contract with them, they're
Well,
going
it gets
to
back to the broker consultant deal, if you're asking for a broker consultant, and that whole extra piece of the pie where the consultant's doing more than just giving you a bid. That's where we need to be covered to take care of employees that way in the plans. But
I don't think any change should happen before, if commission elects to change, that is within your purview. I would strongly advise against any change before March 1, when the renewal date changes, when the health insurance, because you can, if you want to transition, that is the right time to transition with a new renewal date, not in the middle of the renewal.
we're gonna miss out on, I thought the November, December, that was the important time when all the numbers are coming together and people coming to the table. And I mean, then we're into it again for 2 more years. We're finishing out this year and then going until next year. And so we won't be until the following year.
We're conflating renewal of the health insurance plan with the actual renewal date, right? We get the dates, we get the numbers in November, December, but whatever is approved at that time doesn't go into effect until March 1. So we don't, if the contract with PIC is canceled before March 1, then we have to get a new contract in place for someone to come in and manage this current plan in this current term, right? And that person would have to do that before quoting the city's next renewal options, because here we are in August, we're not going to get those numbers until
Pretty sure there's someone else out there that want to do this besides John.
I don't doubt that. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that the more logical and clean transition time is with the March renewal, if that's what commission is looking to do.
I'm looking to do a different process before the end of the year to get different results.
Gary, what do you think? Do you have
It seemed like in the past, every December, that second meeting that came in, we had to act right down, the way we was told. I missed it this last December.
Well, that hasn't changed, I can tell you that.
But that just, I never heard anything about March 1 in the past.
Well, again, December is the renewal period. March is the renewal period. December is, I mean, you have to lock your plan in and you have to approve a plan to go into effect.
You have to have it done in December instead of by March.
I think.
There's stuff you have to do to set up the plan, that they have to get it so far ahead because they have to do the enrollment process. They have to do all the ACA stuff. I mean, there is stuff in place that they have to have ahead of time. You have to have open enrollment. You can't just bid your insurance on the second meeting in February and have it go into effect. Blue Cross, in the past, as that's who we've used, they've always asked for the month because you have to have an open enrollment period.
Well, I think we've had so much discussions here, and they've both been good, and, there's been oppositional perspectives to it. I think, when we first started the discussion, JD presented the employees with an option. I presented them with a couple of options. We did the numbers. We couldn't come to terms. We were dealing with budgetary process, and we went ahead and moved in that direction. I remember saying that there was a little bit of disagreement. I think most of the employees know that the costs have become so exorbitant in the insurance field that the city is no longer liable to consume that. And so this discussion has been going on for years and years and years. Not just started, since JD started. It goes way back then. We never could, sink our teeth into it. And I thought, Mr. Longhopper brought an extremely well-designed plan for the employees. I think, where we're at right now, if it costs the employee $100 a month or $124, is that really out of reason to have coverage? And as I mentioned before, we have 50 employees, but we've got 4,500 other taxpayers that, speaking for myself, and I'm sure other commissioners, have been contacted too, that, this can no longer continue to go. Now, we've also talked about the discussion that we pay 100% for the employee. But my goodness, when you see everybody around, the college has been brought as an example. So has other organizations, schools, but they tell you up front, we pay 100% for the employee. If you want your family employed or your kids, you're going to have to pay. And that's what 21st century is like. Now, getting back to JD's point and to Andrew's point, I don't have any issue bringing a well-qualified consultant immediately to take over and say, hey, you just give me the logistics of where you're at. These guys are not untrained, they're professionals in their field. There's nothing that they are not going to do. I don't want to throw away, wait until December to make this change either. So that's, I kind of agree with JD, so I don't know, but I know we're you
What
guys.
Andrew was saying, even if it's changed consultant, that consultant still has to follow through the current plan that we're on until the renewal date of next March.
Sure. Not, well, until December, that's when the contract applies. I don't want to wait to be told what our insurance is going to cost until December or January or February, when we can give the answers practically maybe in November, who knows? And if you go back on your minutes, that's when we're going to make the actual decision whether you're going to pay 100% for the employees or not, because it's in the minutes and that's what all of us voted on, right?
Okay, but we can have other companies present us with numbers
Sure.
without being in the contract.
And that doesn't have to stop. I think what JD is saying is that he has been exhausted with the type of representation. And I understand, but like I've always said, hey, we just passed a budgetary, budget for 2021. It was a democratic process. 3 voted in favor, 2 voted against. So you've got the same scenario here. So I don't know, JD, where you want to go. Do you want to make a motion? Let's get this discussion over with. Unless there's more, to be had.
I kind of feel like we're arguing a moot point. Okay, so we get rid of this contract and give her 90 days, whatever. Okay, so then we don't have anybody lined up, or maybe we do get somebody lined up. That person will bring us quotes for insurance. Maybe they'll be better than what Rhonda was going to bring us. Maybe they won't. We'll have other people bring us some too. What we're already planning on doing, the way things are already laid out. So I just feel like we're doing work and doing things that doesn't affect anything regarding the way things are going to play out insurance-wise.
I think this should wait until we decide on what plan we're doing and where we want to go.
Which will be about January, and then we'll be into it for another year.
Yeah, but
But it's going to be January anyway.
Keep doing the same thing.
Even if you
We
cancel
don't-
the contract, it's still going
I've
to be
seen
January.
what has been brought to the table the last 2 years, and I'm not satisfied, and that's why I'm wanting to make the change.
Well, we can still have
That's why
different,
we're requesting
Other-
we get other quotes from other companies.
companies to come in. We're still requesting that, to get other companies to come in and give us.
And if we
And
choose
that's
to
not-
go
and
in
if
that
we-
direction, then we give the notice on this contract
90 days.
for the March 1st date, and then on March 1st, when the actual insurance plan changes, we'll be in contract with whoever we got to.
And she'll still be providing the services up to March, but
I've
we'll over for 1 month.
been willing to do this through the more like 120 days, still 90 days. I've got to get us through December, which she has the numbers by then anyhow, because she's trying to get us approval by then. So we have the quote. So for as the end date, termination date to be
But if we
whatever
do that,
whatever that
if we
be.
give her a termination of her contract, she's not going to bring us any quotes. What if she decided what if she was going to bring us the best deal this year?
I think we need to
We'll
decide
just
after
kick her
the
some in
deal.
the ass.
I think we need to make the decision after we decide on what insurance we're gonna go with.
Well,
and which
that's
group.
been the problem. That's been the problem.
Because if she still brings us, if she brings us the best deal out of everybody, then what do you do?
Well, she has.
Renew the contract with her then.
Yeah, but she can up the contract then, she can up it to whatever
Well,
amount she
that's
wants.
The contract
That's
takes
her
anyway.
We didn't do what was best for the city.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of feelings and a lot of tension regarding health insurance. Understand what you said. But the reality is, no matter what we do, we can't really change anything until renewal time. If that makes any difference.
I don't, I disagree. I think this gives us opportunity to get new faces, interview whoever we want.
But we can still do that.
Get someone new on board.
We can still do that.
And move on.
There's nothing stopping us from doing
Well,
it.
she's got 90 days to come up with something, and I guess if she wants to fulfill the rest of her contract, if we were determined, if we were to send her a notice.
How big is our budget?
On what?
City budget. How big is the city budget?
18.
I don't know how big-
14.6.
How much is a 90-day notice of her contract if we decide after we get our quotes that we don't want to have her services anymore? 4,500.
4,500. But it would,
But that's
it would still,
4,500.
it would still run through, if you did the 90 days,
It's
it's still.
4,500 we're going to pay her right now, just has to vote to cancel the contract.
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because we still got to give her 90 days.
But that's, if we fail to give her a 90-day notice, then we have to pay. If we do it within the 90 days, we don't have to pay her.
I mean, we still gotta pay her those 90 days.
Still gotta pay 90 days.
Well, how did you interpret it,
We
Jay?
still gotta pay her 3 months to 3 months.
Because this is,
I believe as long as you have the services that are in effect, you still got to pay them. It's just the 90 days is attached to, you have to pay half of the entire contract. That's
If we
what
don't
that,
give her the 90 days.
that's what that portion says. Essentially, it's a penalty if you do it in less than.
Less than 90. You still pay $1,500 a month for 90 days. So whether we do
Because
it
think about it.
So,
Or we do
Just think
it
about it
per
this way.
first of January.
You're still paying,
the same
hold on.
her contract ends in December.
Okay.
So you've got December, November, October. That's the 90 days clause.
Her contract, I mean, if it was
it
renewed,
was renewed in March
in
9th.
March, I mean, her contract's still got another couple of years.
Well, sure, I know that, but I'm talking about what we're talking about when we have to pay her.
I believe that the way that that is written, for you to avoid the half the cost of the entire contract penalty, is you give them 90 days notice. But you're still having your services for those 90 days, so therefore you are still having to pay for the services for those 90 days. That make sense?
Basically, if you fire her tomorrow, you gotta pay her 6 months. If you give her the notice, you gotta pay her 3 months.
And that's the thing, if we don't go with her in December, and you give her 90-day notice, that takes us through the end of the contract with that company, and we have to pay her 1 month that we wouldn't had to pay her.
And it has to be, I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly 9 days. I mean, I would prefer if we did it that way, we would give the notice through the end of the period of the insurance term. So that it would end on April 3rd. Maybe that's 120 days. I don't know, it just has to be at least 90 days.
Well, I'm somewhat complicated because of the fact that, Andrew, you say our fiscal years from, the contract is written from January to December of the contract.
No, that's our fiscal.
That's fiscal.
Our contract is March, was renewed in March of 2019.
Yeah.
So that renewal date is
So
March.
March of 2022 is the end of the actual contract, before the automatic renewal.
But I'm still tight, if we're not, if we go with her company or if we don't go with her company, you can't fire her because she probably won't bring us nothing then. You just don't know. And if she did, and if it was the cheapest insurance policy, she could come back, well, you fired me, but this is my new contract, you're gonna pay me more money. There's always that possibility.
Well, and again, terminating the contract at this point is like jumping off the boat without a life vest. We don't know what we are getting to replace the service. And so who's going to be consulting us for personnel and HR matters at the end of that 90 days? It just doesn't seem like this is a decision that needs to be made at this point, so I don't see why we would put ourselves in a bind and put a 90-day clock at this point when there's just no need to have to do that.
So I think that what we need to do is then bring in a professional consultant like Mr. Longhofer, and I want to listen to his expertise. Certainly this gentleman, his reputation is preceded. He's got to know the latitudes and the parameters of where all insurance consulting is concerned. He represents the state. He represents several municipalities. He's well-oriented. He is well-educated. You've heard him on the phone. I think, he moved very assertively. I think one of the things that happens is that, as JD has alluded to, for every time that it comes to renew insurance, the only thing is 95.5. 95.5, 95.5, 95.5. And because that's the grandfather's clause. Now, having said that, I think probably, we need to listen to somebody who knows. Because I know, maybe you need to visit with them too, that if you bring this gentleman in, he's going to be just as well educated on how to deal with the employees and their insurance policies up until, the actual contract, expires. I mean, that's the best way to me is to just bring him in, let him explain and see what, and he's going to be honest with you. He's not going to lie to you. I mean, he's not going to have him expound, a little bit on what the questions are here. You're going to pay her if you can change this and start paying the individual who's going to do the same thing. What difference? There's kind of frustration. Go ahead. Somebody's got.
So do we even know what our insurance is doing? By our renewal, do we know what our insurance is going up by our renewal date?
No, what's going to happen is, the way I understand it, numbers come in, I tell them in October. At October, then you find out exactly, because that's when the third quarter begins to kick in. That's when the insurance says, okay, now we've got a pretty good idea of what it's costing Goodland. And so that's why he recommended you have to have somebody in place in October to be able to move in aggressively in November, where the insurance is concerned. But, we had kind of a discussion, Neil. I mean, you brought a good point, the last time that we talked about the fact that, you were caught between a rock and a hard place with the information that you gave the hospital.
So, but you're watching that, you're wanting a Cadillac plan for a Volkswagen Bug price. Where are you going to get that at?
Well, I mean, that's something
You're going to bring in more than one other consultant?
Yeah.
you're more than welcome to do that. No, I'm not opposed to bringing in, we can bring in 3,
What if they're 3 times what your current contract already is?
Huh?
What if they were 3 times higher than your current contract is with Ronda?
What if they're
What
not?
would you do? What if they are? What if that contract with a different company is 3 times higher than what you already pay, and you can't get anything at the rate you're paying?
But she will have the opportunity to present her case at the same time.
Yeah, she's not going to be fired. Why would you
Huh?
come back?
Well, that's prerogative. That's an option that she has. I'm saying, I think one of the best things to do, I mean, is to visit, with this gentleman and have him, expound on the logistics of everything that we're
I think
doing.
you should get a third party that nobody knows.
I was gonna say,
Right.
you guys always talk about bidding the process. This is a process that should be bid, if that's what you want to do. You shouldn't just pick Mr. Longhofer or whatever his name is.
I don't have a problem
Or
with that,
that.
but I think it means a lot when you know that's called references, who they're doing business with, who they've gotten.
What if there's
You're-
better?
You're always going to, there could be,
So
absolutely.
why not bid it out?
I'm totally in favor of that. I don't care who comes. Anybody can come. I'm just saying, it didn't take me long to figure out there's a lot of other options out there than what we're dealing with and what we've been dealing with, in my opinion. So, I'm opening it up to whoever. That's great.
And I think we've all been saying that we're all in favor of, when it comes time to bid out the insurance, how we do it, that the more officers that we have to work with, the better we are. But for us to make any decisions regarding Rhonda at this point, I do not think does anybody any favors.
Total agreement.
It just sounds like we're trying to jump out of a boat that isn't even going down. We don't know what our insurance is gonna do on renewal. It may stay the same, it may drop. And we're looking to jump out of the boat because we don't wanna know. It's almost like the information that people have brought don't coincide with what you're looking for, so it's bad information. So we're about a month out from another 30 days, 90 days at that point is going to run us to the end of the year. But it should still be.
But at this point, I mean, the thing that you got frustrated with her
I'm just saying.
happened at the end of last
I'm
year,
just saying.
and everything
She
that
have
she's
to
doing
come
at this
with-
point.
She have to come with bids within that 90 days at that point. And then it can be decided still, but we're December sometime, December, January, February, we're into that 90 days before her March 1. Something's got to be done. Before the March 1, we got to do something before the March 1 date, right?
Well, we're gonna do something in December.
So
In November, I thought we.
November, December, it's in whatever the renewal date for chooses the new insurance.
Still not for next year, still got some years after that, right?
For like, yeah, the contract term is through next year, you can cancel the contract at any point.
It wouldn't be the end of it, it's still one more year, it's that March 1st date, doesn't matter.
It's still down to the point we
But
don't know what
it doesn't
insurance is
matter,
gonna
that's
cost.
termination, so.
So I think what gave the inception, to this whole thing is like, going back and saying, employees were presented with several plans. And the discussion was left to this, that when we reconvene or start talking insurance in November, that at that particular time, I think that you've heard enough from commissioners who are in favor of leaving the plan as is. And I think that you very well know those of us who are saying the structure of it has to change. We can't continue to absorb these costs anymore. So I think that there's only one vote, I think, that hasn't spoken. Gary, I don't know where, so I think you've got JD and I are saying we're looking to changing the structure of insurance. Not by any means in a way or in a manner that is going to bankrupt. But as I often said, we've got 4,500 other taxpayers that we need to think about as well.
We're hiring, we're looking for people.
Huh?
We're looking for people. I mean, I don't, Rhonda has just as much access to other insurance providers and things of that nature. I don't, they're going to be pulling from the same pool of people. So, I mean, you get another consultant, they're not going to magically produce other insurance providers. That's illogical, right? And in the college, they pay a significantly high premium, and their insurance isn't as good as ours, so they can keep that. You guys keep coming. I mean, JD just flat out said that, that we're wasting money. So that's how I feel by what you say, is that I'm a waste of money. And
I haven't given context to that yet. I'll give you context to that.
No, I've heard you out. I mean, but that's exactly what you just said to us, man. By this insurance thing. And we're not losing money in revenue. Our energy sales are up. Our profit margin is higher.
I'll just spell that. We'll jump.
The county pays
down.
100% of their premium. They're not talking about going away.
So-
Their premium is higher and they employ more people.
So Chris, Jeff, I understand what you're saying, and that's perfectly fine. But I think the problem and the issue that we have here is that there's unwillingness to listen to different scale, different categories. Maybe your insurance could drop if it's bidded. We're saying...
But that's more out of my pocket, right?
Exactly. And you're absolutely right. They're all going to draw from the same pool. But someone's going to say, you know what, Chris, maybe you would be better off because you're young. Your insurance could cost you a little less. Maybe we have to tweak a little bit difference on your deductible. But at the end, you're going to end up, balancing because you're not going to pay as much for insurance. And then maybe for some other employees. So that's what consultants do. And you're absolutely right. They're going to choose from the same pool. But they're just going to, show you, here's different plans. Which one do you think would work best suit the content of your...
Sure, I understand that, but if you are asking the employees to pay more, whether that be a part of the higher deductible or paying a portion of the premium, whatever that might be, you cannot offset that cost at the same rate because you're going to pay 17.34% more to offset that cost. So you're going to cost the city more money. And you just said that, you know, Shauna asked you if the consultant was 3 times as much, you're like, well, it is what it is. So you're willing to pay more there, and that's irresponsible, right?
No, wait a minute, but yeah, that's a hypothetical situation because we haven't even talked numbers yet.
Sure, but that's what you said, right?
Yeah, we don't have any idea, you know, like you said, maybe, I don't know, I know what Rhonda's consulting fees are.
Sure.
But I don't, maybe another, you know, consultant would come in and say, hey, you know, I'll beat that consulting fee or do it for the same, but I'm gonna offer more professional services for it. You see what I'm saying? So I get where you're coming from. The only thing that I'm saying that we're stuck is the fact that you're absolutely right by the fact that we're not saying that you guys aren't worth whatever we're paying. We're simply saying adjustments have to be made.
You're not, right, and at the end of the day, that's going to be on the employee. Consumer pays all. I mean, we're going to make less doing the same thing that we've done. So you got guys that have been here for 20, 30 years. You know, I've been here 8, you know, going on 9. I'm going to make less money. I'm going to take less money home to provide for my family that's relying upon me. At the end of the day, that's what it's going to be.
Yes, that's.
Right,
Sure,
and
it's gonna be-
that's, so you have to be, so if we're listening, right, we're already struggling to get people hired. I've been advertising at the plant for a year. And so you're not making that any better. As far as I know.
I'm agreeing with you that you haven't hired anybody because we can't increase wages enough because we got this ball and chain dragging us behind that's called health insurance.
But you can't.
It would free us up tremendously if we did health insurance the way everybody else.
That premium would have to be so stinking low that the coverage is going to be absolute garbage. And it's going to cost the employee far more that you cannot offset that cost. It does not work out mathematically.
Far more to do what we've been, to continue what we have been doing.
And the county does it too, and they figure it out, right?
You know, the people that I've talked to about the insurance around town, and then people on the street or whoever that comes out to my shop, they'll say, does the city pay for all the insurance? Yes, yeah, we do. Well, that's a good incentive to work because the wages ain't as high.
But they can't hire anybody.
I know, but that's, but if you look at a family plan, if that person comes in and they have a family plan, they're actually getting $20,000 of a wage more on a family plan. And that needs to be explained to them when people are hired. Your insurance is full paid, and it's this much, and this is gonna be, it's actually part of your wage, but we're paying for it all. And you can't give a raise to compensate for that because it costs us an extra 17 cents a dollar to up the rates.
As opposed to the $100 and whatever, $50,000.
It's $100
increased premium that we get hit with.
It
We're up to $1 million now on the insurance.
And I don't understand that. That's why we need to wait to act on any of this until we got insurance policies in front of us to vote on, a different company to vote on. That's why this needs to stay where it's at for right now. We don't know the numbers.
And people are hesitant about applying because of this insurance deal that's going on. I've asked 5 people to apply for a job, and they say until this insurance deal is taken care of, we ain't applying for nothing because they're not going to go down the road and then get something turned down. We lost somebody off the water department because of this insurance stuff. He's working out at the bus barn.
I said we shouldn't bring anybody else on with this plan. I said that in the prior meeting, knowing we're having this discussion, because it's just one more person that they take the family plan. We got to try to figure out an answer to. We've got to structurally change the whole system because we cannot afford the big, large cover everybody that walks in the door. It's killing us.
So you were talking about a $4 an hour raise. That comes to $434,000 for the employees. Over $150,000 policy change.
maybe.
So we're at 450,000 plus the extra 17 times 4, 28, another 64,000.
Hi, everybody. I have some comments. I've been sitting at home, and I've listened every time. First thing I want to point out is that if you guys, for the current employees that you're dealing with, and love y'all, okay. These guys have put up with a lot of stuff because you all are their employers, okay? And every time you attack their salaries and what they're gonna take home, they're gonna get upset, all right? Because you're supposed to have their back. You're supposed to be finding a way that's not gonna affect them because they have proven loyalty time and time and again. 1. 2, breach of contract. When they were hired, you all told them, we are gonna cover your insurance costs 100%. You can't go in and automatically say, we changed our minds. Now, if you want to start hiring people at, okay, you're going to cover this much, and they are required to cover the other part, that's fine, but that's not how you hired them. And instead of bringing workable solutions in front of your employees, you guys are sitting here arguing and supposition, but you don't have a plan. So every single one of these guys in here are worried. Ladies, sorry. All right, you're doing them a huge disservice. Once again, I don't mean to be mean or anything, but you are their employers. Granted, you're voted in, and somebody may take your place whenever your term is finished. You are their employers. You are supposed to represent them. And I realize that you're representing the rest of Goodland, Kansas, so find a workable solution before you stress them out. That's what all this is about. They're stressed. They're stressed because you're talking about them taking home less money. You're talking about cutting that original agreement that you gave them. That's how you advertised the job. That's how you hired them. Going forward, if you don't want to provide 100% of the insurance, you need to put that in your Help Wanted ads. Because it is a bridge contract. That's not how they were hired. I don't care if they were hired 25 years ago. I don't care if they're 5 months from, 1 month from retirement. That's how you hired them. All right? So you really need to, instead of supposition, going back and forth, I know you guys want to support them, but you want to do what's best for the city, have a workable solution before you bring it in front of these guys and terrorize them. Okay? That's all I ask. Because I hear it. I hear it because they're your voters too. They're families. How big is Goodland, Kansas? I know, I grew up here. It's not 1989 anymore. You want to find loyal help, you're going to pay for it, whether you like it or not. And good help is very hard to find. But yeah, instead of arguing among yourself, find workable solutions before you bring it. You know, okay, we've got this person, this person, this person. They provided us with this. But realize that's not how you hired them. You didn't hire them to pay part of their insurance. They didn't plan for that. They have been very loyal employees. And there are opportunities out there that they can shoot. I drove 20 minutes to work in Louisiana. They can drive 30 minutes to somewhere else. And I know you brought up Colby the other day. All right, yes, they are covering 30%. But my niece, who's only worked there for 6 years, is making $52,000 a year to cover that. So not only has she had a dramatic raise in salary, they also have to pay all those payroll taxes and meet the 17% payroll tax additional. So they're not saving any money in the long run, they're just less liable. So I know what you're trying to do, you're trying to save money, maybe there's some way that we can bring something in that'll make more money so we don't have to threaten their livelihood. But, bring a workable solution, please. That's all I gotta say. Love you. Bye.
I was just going to say, you know, very, very good, and I'm glad that came. A solution is exactly what we're trying to find. You know, in the last, I'd say, 9 years, our payroll has gone from $2 million to over $3 million. So I think that the community, the taxpayers, the commissions who have been here prior to this commissions as well have been very formidable by standing behind, even when other counties, even when other municipalities wouldn't give raises, we continue to give raises because of our commitment to the employees.
And I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And so my whole point is that that's exactly, we're trying to find a solution. But part of that solution has to constitute that an employee, as I said, there's differences of opinion, like you said up here, have to absorb at least some measure of the cost of, you know, you're absolutely right, they can drive distance, but they're not going to get what they're getting here. Now, we also discussed, you know, the discussion was on the table. Do we need what Colby is doing? You know, that was part of the discussion. You know, do we up the
Do you know how many people are going to walk when you change this insurance?
I have no idea.
Then I probably know better than you.
Yeah, well, you probably do.
And it's not good.
Yeah.
And do you know how many people who leave this community? You're all about building this community. You're not going to build it with less people living here. And they will move. If they have a better opportunity out there, they will move.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt that, but I can tell you personally, in the last 60 days, there's been 6 families that have moved into Goodland, Kansas.
Yes, there have. Because there's more opportunities.
Well, not more opportunities,
The
it's
vote
because
tax
the cost of living is less.
No.
Well,
No.
that's what they're telling me.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
I pay triple in property taxes here that I paid in Louisiana. I pay double insurance what I paid in Louisiana. There is nothing cheaper in this town, material goods, gas, nothing that is cheaper than when I lived in Louisiana. Do you know why I came back? Because my husband is loyal to this town. And I grew up here. Cost of living is not cheaper.
But it depends where you come from.
Well, yeah,
If you come from
California,
Colorado,
yeah.
if you come from Colorado, it's a lot cheaper out here than it is anywhere else. But having said that, so how do we equalize the exorbitant costs that, because you've got infrastructure, you've got all kinds of departments that we have to take care of, so we have to do something in order to continue to raise the bar.
But why does it have to come from the employees who have been loyal to
It
you?
doesn't
Why
come-
can't it be bringing in new corporations and enticing them, sales tax?
And we're trying to do that with the new economic development.
Okay,
And they're
but
rolling on that.
Did you hear about
when you
the-
sit there, yes, I heard the whole thing. If you sit here and dwell on this health insurance and your employees feel attacked instead of utilizing your energy to find other solutions. These are your employees. Breach of contract is a big deal. That is not how you hired them.
You know, and I said at last meeting, I said, a happy employee gets more work done.
They do.
And
And a
that
loyal,
is true.
and
that is true.
over 2 years, last 2 years, they have dealt with this. Their morale is not good.
And I know what insurance costs. Wait till you don't have insurance.
Well,
You
and
have to
another
pay
thing you
for
guys
it.
haven't taken into consideration is your grandfathered in right now, and with ACA still in effect, you're gonna be really, really hard pressed to find some, any kind of insurance that's gonna be as cheap as the one that you are in right now, even though it's exorbitant, because their freight truck's going to get rid of ACA, and so the insurance companies are taking advantage of that and they are billing their butts off. So my point is, instead of sitting here talking about it, get companies to give you quotes. Stop talking about it in front of your employees because you are killing their morale. You are hurting their hearts. You are in their employers. That's my biggest point. Find a workable solution that doesn't kill your employees.
And that's exactly what we're trying to do.
We don't feel that way, John.
Sean, you had something to say a long time ago?
I have a question, and I want John and JD, I want you two to answer correct, or not correctly, honestly. You both say that you would like to raise our wages to compensate for what we're going to lose in insurance, correct? You both said that. What if what you have to do to get our wages up to par cost you more than if you just gave us a small raise and kept our insurance the same? Would you still want to change the insurance?
Well, I think that there's some, I think that that's kind of a preliminary discussion, but I looked at the survey that you guys did. And I don't have that survey with you, but there was a lot of contradiction in that survey from the employees. Some who were willing to take less if they kept their insurance, even lower wages. But we'll go through that, in November. I would advise you to look at it, read it, and go through it carefully. I don't know where it was manifested, but I think it's something, we said, well, I couldn't figure out, the contradictions within the structure of the employees. But I understand, what you're saying. There's many scenarios. All we're trying to do is be responsible, to you as well as the taxpayers.
So, yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm not going to give you an answer right now. That's my honest answer.
So it doesn't matter, this is what I understand, it doesn't matter what the cost is to change our insurance, your only goal is to change the insurance.
To
Even
make
if
it cheaper for
costs
you guys. It doesn't
it
matter
can
how
cost
it
you more in
affects
the
the
long run.
employees.
I think we'll look at any option, to be perfectly honest with you. But you said, you're absolutely right in your respect, that we want to get people in here to quote this insurance. We want to do it in November. We want to find out all the numbers are in, so they should be able to tell you exactly what it's going to cost. So if the insurance that you're talking about, the ASO and all the regulation goes skies high, and our insurance goes from $1 million to $1,800,000, where's the $800,000 going to come from? When in the last 2 years we have shaved $1.7 million from infrastructure repairs in order to be able to balance their budget. Our infrastructure is suffering. So somebody's paying. What's happening is that we're misappropriating our funds. That's all.
So my answer to that is, it's a business mindset, a philosophical mindset, how we have got to get out from being dictated by the insurance. We can control wages, we can control that side of it. We have no idea when we're starting to get upwards of $1 million in premiums a year, if it's going to be 10, 20, 30% increases. When no 500, Forbes 500 business does this type of stuff, except
So JD,
except city,
JD, if you're
county municipalities, I'm not going to talk in.
I'm sorry.
So, it's my side of it is, and I went through a whole dissertation in past meetings. I have no problem giving as much raise as we can, but in my opinion, we have got to get out from under this mindset that all the benefits of working here, it comes from the health insurance. We cannot, in my opinion, afford to keep going down. That's why no one else does. The hospital, the college, the teacher, John Deere, you just go, why doesn't everyone do that? Because it's not feasible, it's not affordable. When you bring someone on at $14 or $15 an hour, half, more of their money is almost in benefits. There's some business laws of percentages of benefits and wages, and we're so far outside the norm on that. My issue is we got to run this more like a business, not like government runs government, which is usually not smart.
if you brought any business person in here, that's one of the first things they'd be looking at is how to flip it over. You know, I don't have a problem giving huge increases, so Chris, you can get someone. Part of if it was that great, why hasn't it been filled yet? Well, maybe you've got $4 or $5.
It is because of what's going on here.
$4 or
People are
$5
scared.
more an hour on something, maybe that's what you pay market value, but you do what everyone else is doing outside of government and align with the health insurance. For some reason, we think that, you know, we got to do things forever this way, whether you're brought on this way or not. At some point, that's just not feasible to do that anymore. And I was there probably last year, if not the year before, like, this is not a long-term strategy, how this city needs to be working and organized and the most fiscally responsible and be the best stewards of the taxpayers' money. We need to align like any other business does outside of government.
If I understand you right then, and tell me if I'm wrong, please, is even if it were to cost you more to give us all a raise, what you're trying to get out from under is future not knowing what that insurance is going to do. Is that correct? Honestly, if it costs you more this year, you're okay with that because then it takes away that unknown in the future.
Pay raises are done like this, and sometimes like this.
Okay,
I mean,
so when you talk about
healthcare costs are
insurance,
done like this. They've exceeded, so the benefit, we cannot
and I
afford to
understand
keep
that.
up with the increase.
I understand what you're saying. I do,
That's why
JD.
I'm going to raise
Okay.
the wages.
And that makes sense. It
And
does.
we
It makes
did-
sense. But please quit telling people it's because you want to save taxpayers' money when really you could cost them more money now, but you're trying to level it out for the future. Yes? Because even if it costs more to give us raises than to keep everything as is, you're willing to do that because then that takes away the fluctuation of insurance in the future.
The proposal I had, when Andrew ran the numbers, the first year is a wash. It might have been underwater a little bit. The next year, we're ahead.
You don't know because you don't know what insurance costs are going to do.
Well, he plugs in what we had, 15% or whatever.
But we don't know.
So
That's what I'm just saying. Just be honest about it, is that you
I
want to
think I
take
can
away
be
that
more honest
unknown.
than what I have been.
You want to take away the unknown, which okay, you're going to take away the unknown, but you're not saving, you could possibly not be saving taxpayers' money if you're going to give us a raise to compensate for what we were paying for
Not the first
our
year,
insurance
but the second
benefit.
year in my proposal, yes, we would be saving money. The taxpayers.
If the insurance had an increase.
But
There's
what's
so many ifs.
What's to prevent the next insurance from hiking up the second year? People see it all the time.
Well, we've seen
JD,
it every time.
I'm not upset that you guys are trying to find a workable solution. My thing is, we're not seeing any numbers. We're not seeing alternate policies. We're not seeing anything. We're seeing you all attack your loyal employees.
No one's being attacked.
But okay, this is what I wanted to ask you when I rudely interrupted, and I'm sorry. If your employer said, JD, I'm sorry, we're not doing good, we're gonna have to cut your pay $20,000, what are you gonna do?
Either take it or leave.
Right, but what are you gonna do?
Take it or leave.
Right, and you are so qualified, you're not gonna take it and stay in this town.
Where's the $20,000 coming from?
It's just it could be 10,000, it could be, my whole thing is you were hired a contract, an agreement, an employment contract.
Every job I've had, I went in and I accepted it based on these terms. Every job I've had, those terms changed throughout my course of employment.
Okay.
And that's just the way of life.
But
So-
they were hired at a certain, that's the reason they took the job. Do you see the anger?
So I don't.
You've been an employer before, right?
And the same things happened to me. I was hired under the same terms.
And how did that make you feel?
Well,
When your employer's not loyal to
I'd
you?
rather have the hospital there than not.
This is true, this is true.
And so you just gotta roll with the punches sometimes. But I think for the best for the city, I'm not out to get anybody.
We never said you were, but that's how they
I want the
feel.
best for you guys, I want the best for the city. I'm just saying, when you try to look at this from, as a business standpoint, in my opinion, I'm just one vote. This is not the way forward to keep doing it.
Right, but how can you
At some
even
point, you
discuss
gotta
it?
make a switch.
How can you discuss it if you don't have 3 or 4 alternate possibilities? That was the point I was trying to make. I'm not telling you, don't discuss this. You're not allowed. You're allowed to go to your room. I know, Mom, okay. Anyway, my whole point was, there's a whole lot of supposition going on, causing a whole lot of bad feelings. Instead of people bringing, okay, I talked to this insurance agent, this is insurance agent, and this insurance agent from these different companies, this is what they're willing to provide. To relieve them, and this is our plan on how we're gonna make it okay for you. You all are sitting here supposizing and saying, okay, we need to do this, we need to do this. Okay, we don't know why, because we don't even know what the other insurance policies are gonna cost or how it's gonna affect them, so you've got them running scared.
That's why we're doing it now, because in the past, at least 2 years I've been on here, we get to December, and it's the same, and even when Gary's back on, and we're repeating the same thing, repeat the same
But
thing.
that's what I'm saying.
So I have no problem waiting and to see what the bid is, no problem. But are we gonna agree to, if we have to pay for another consultant to come on over 3 to 6 months and pay 2 consultants, if we have to get a right amount out of them, are we gonna do that? Neil, I mean,
I'm not attacking you guys. I understand where you're coming from. I have a master's in accounting. I understand business. I also understand being an employer and finding help. And good help is hard to find, especially ones that have worked for you for ages. And you can't tell me they're not feeling crushed by these conversations, not because you're saying you want to make it up, it's because of the unknown. You ever heard of the fear of the unknown? It is a psychological nightmare. That's what they're experiencing. That's the only reason I came down, so I could tell you what they're feeling. And, you know, if you had brought, okay, this company, and this company, and before you even discussed with them, in front of them, options, they would not have that fear of the unknown.
I think part of the problem was a misunderstanding what the 90-day was, possibly, as far as when we had to get out in front of that. And up to the group here, I don't have a problem, because we're within a month of having those answers anyhow. Waiting a month or 2 or whatever, which is going to put us in that time frame, but she needs to bring her stuff. But the same aspect, we need to be Bonhoeffer, whoever else we can get to bring us close to do that, which I've been trying to. But my only problem has been the 14 quotes we've gotten have been from the same person every time. I want someone from the outside, not from Rhonda, someone different. And that's what I've been asking for the last 2 years. I've provided cards and names and numbers, and it hasn't happened. And so as long as we get different people, different quotes, different entities.
And that's all we're asking.
I'm fine.
Yeah, we just.
But it hasn't happened for me the last 2 years.
We just want to
And that's
see
the
progress
frustration.
instead of it sitting here with us feeling jeopardized.
And we've got to do it because we keep telling them we can't wait till December. So that's why we're doing it now, to try to get ahead of it. So when October, November, whatever comes, those other people, whoever they are, have an opportunity to bring us different numbers from a different source.
That would be wonderful.
Neil?
And just the information on, you said we're misappropriating funds and we've got a $1.7 million deficit.
Not deficit. That's not what I said. I
Okay.
said that we have shaved that much money from allocating it to things that should have been done in order to be able to balance the budget. It happened in 2019, and it happened in 2020.
Correct.
Okay? And so I'm not saying that there's a deficit. Yeah, there was. We went from 16.8 million to 14.6. So we lost income. Your agency is never going to lose because the electric department, productivity, or distribution always subsidizes other people, other counties. You're never going to lose money there, and the city ensures that by the rates that we charge. So you're absolutely right. But to your point is that we're not saying, we're just looking at the numbers. That's all we're
Correct.
looking at.
So was it 2 meetings ago, 3 meetings ago, Aaron, when you guys met with the county commissioners? Is that 3 meetings ago?
It's probably been 3 meetings.
Okay. Well, Aaron said it best. It took you guys 30 seconds to spend $150,000 where you didn't know where it was coming out of and pass that like that. But to keep the insurance and to keep everything going the way it's going has been a nightmare.
It is, but that's $150,000 one-time cost. It's not a repetitive.
But you don't know what the insurance.
And that was a commission consensus that passed that.
Right, but you don't know what the insurance is going to do. You have no idea if it's going to go up or what it's going to do, and everybody's ready to jump ship without knowing.
Yeah, no.
We're trying to throw Rhonda under the bus when it isn't her fault. When you have asked her for information, she has given you information.
Well, I think, I think JD has exhausted his perspective of what is taking place. But leaving all that aside, I think that, simply what we want is to get, other bidders out here to give us an example. It could cost more, it could cost less. I have no idea what is that. But let me go on a little further.
Okay.
I think that you guys misunderstand the magnitude of responsibilities that as commissioners are given when you get elected into office. You can get elected out or you can get elected in. Okay. There's either a consistency in your perspectives on how you do things, and only the good Lord up above knows whether the justice in your heart is disproportionate or is misaligned or whatever the case may be. But I think that we've always taken care of you guys. But I also know that there are some of you out there that are making very, very, very good wages. Okay.
How long have we been here?
Huh?
How long have we been here?
Well, no, that's not the point. I'm just saying that is true. But the other thing that also I would like to say is that we're only asking the employees to be engrafted just a little bit. We're not taking your insurance away. We're not saying that we're not going to watch out for you. We haven't explored the parameters, that we're trying to find. We don't have any answers yet. But when that time comes, if you're an employee and it's going to cost you $1,000 a year, and you make a decision to say, I'm going to go elsewhere. So if you go elsewhere, anywhere in the parameters of this municipality, you're going to take a 20-25% hit immediately. You're not improving, so you are willing to go to another job that's going to cost you $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 a year, and not pay $1,000 to keep the position that you have. I mean, God forbid that you would make that decision. That wouldn't be a conviction on the commission. That would be a personal conviction and decision that you are making. And so you would be imputing a very unreasonable financial decision upon your family by going to another job that's going to cost you more money, than the 1,000 that we're asking you to pay in insurance costs.
But you have
But
to.
you don't
have to
know that.
include- You have to include the increase in the deductible that's gonna be assessed to the employee.
Sure, absolutely.
Because if you
But-
no longer
Decrease in coverage.
will allow your family plans on here,
Yeah,
and no longer allow a spouse who has insurance elsewhere, they now have to come up with another deductible.
sure, and that's exactly
So
right.
that's another cost to the employee.
Well, that's up to them whether they want to be double covered or singly covered. So
No,
there's
no,
the
no,
one thing.
no.
Well,
Not if
you-
that's-
That's what you
Yes.
say,
Yeah.
when you guys have presented, that if you have a spouse that has insurance available someplace else, we're not gonna allow you to be on our policy. So now that's
the
a deductible
discussion
there.
the next.
I know that's a deductible there, and then I have a deductible with my family plan here, so I've increased my deductible right off the bat.
So it's a lot more than $1,000.
I guess I know.
$1,000 in the world, way more.
Huh? I'm sorry.
If you have two separate policies, you're paying two separate deductibles,
Yeah.
period. So that raises the cost on everybody.
Typical, about 90.
Plus, our coverage
Really?
is worse, so we have to.
So for my position, you may think that I am paid very well. National average, I'm under 10% for my position.
I'm talking about the two deductibles.
I know, but I'm going back to John's point and going, well, yeah, if you stay here. Yeah, there's not that many jobs for me here. I wouldn't be staying here. My family would not be staying here. Do we want that? No.
Oh, wait,
We
you
like
have two
Goodland.
businesses.
And there's,
Well, yeah, there's that, but, that's pocket change. My point is every time you guys bring this up, it leaves me and my family in an uncertain point that, frankly, I don't know that I want to stay. It's not the town. It's not the people in the town. It's you. It is the way you are carrying on this conversation. The way you're focusing on, what do you say, $16.8 million budget? And you focus on a single line item in that entire budget. I understand it's important to control these costs. I do. As Tammy said, we own businesses here in town. We understand. The problem is when you're doing all of this, it puts undue stress on everyone.
So, so what do you want the commission to do? To sweep it under the rug? I mean, you're
No, like Tammy's been saying,
Well, that's
make up your
exactly-
minds.
That's exactly what we're discussing. That's exactly what we're.
Now, you guys are fighting and bickering back and forth over,
About being on. I, like you, am about sick and tired of discussing insurance. But unfortunately, this is the only time that we are allowed to discuss it.
I understand that as well.
And this is discussions that do happen with every business across the country, usually behind a closed door where you guys don't have to listen to it. Unfortunately, we're structured in a way where if you want to listen to it, you get the opportunity to.
However,
Do we all agree on what's going on up here? Absolutely not. And does all this discussion make any difference until we get our quotes? No, it doesn't. But that doesn't mean that various commissioners don't have the right to voice their opinions.
And I'm not saying anything contrary to that.
What should happen probably in this, it should have been brought up to where, do we want outsiders to come in and bid the insurance, plain and simple, black and white, yes or no?
Correct.
Put it out
Exactly.
for bids, plain and simple, get rid of all this, make a decision on the consultant at the hiring time of a new policy or whatever it is, plain and simple, black and white. Change it all right there, and it takes all this other hassle out of us arguing up here and everything. We don't know nothing until we get a price.
And usually when you're arguing about a business plan, you have options, and that's the problem.
options.
Is that there's no options, and you guys keep bringing it up, meeting after meeting after meeting, and thus you see everyone nervous and upset. And so what should have been done, and that's what I was trying to say when I was up there, and I was probably too emotional, is that the options should have been brought to the table before you guys even brought this subject up.
So are we willing to pay, if say Bob, whoever, don't care, who I think he presented himself well, if he has to be under contract, and paying him or to get what we need. I don't know if he does or not. Are we willing to, because we could run into or have to.
There is not an insurance broker in the world who will make you pay them for them to give you.
Well, I'm talking about compensation.
Yeah, his consulting fee probably wouldn't take effect until the policy took effect, or,
Right.
so it wouldn't be.
But,
The most we could probably pay is probably $4,500 in double fee.
So if we're all right with that, then.
Well, that's a decision that we can make. So,
Yeah.
and insurance time. Yes.
Will the consulting fee or the consulting services be put out to bid? I mean, you say there's several people out there. Say you get 5 bids. Will you look at that?
Oh, it should be, yeah,
Okay.
several.
Oh, okay.
Consulting fees, the
what
insurance company
happens?
fees, everything.
What happens if they pick comes back as the low bid? Do you just,
With
with
more
the
options.
differences you guys have with her, do you push that aside and take the next bid?
Well, when I'm not, so I'm more interested in the insurance price. You know, yeah, who's doing it, that they can do a good job and stuff, but I'm after the quote. You know?
Yeah, and I understand that, but I think that's where we need to go.
Yeah.
Get your quote for your insurance and then figure out who's gonna have it.
Right.
Who's gonna do your consulting. I don't think, like I think Neil said it earlier, you're putting something before something else. And, you know, if she comes in high, then you go with the bid. I mean, you're prudent with the taxpayer dollars, but it's.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Justin. I think that what the commission, I think the discussion that the commission is having though is Chris alluded to the fact that there's only one pool to pull from, right, bro? I mean, there's only one. So the problem that the commission is having is that there are some that say, we want the employees to pay maybe 90-10 for the first year, maybe 80-20 for the, so the only way that you're going to get bids, I mean, if we decide that we're going to go 80-20, and there's only one pool to come from, chances are everybody's going to come up with the same bid, right? I mean, for the same, the thing that has to happen with consultants is that they come in and they evaluate individual policies that you guys, as far as your health is concerned, and they would say, hey, you know, maybe you're getting close to retirement, maybe you ought to look at this. Maybe, you know, you've only been here with the city for 3 or 4 years, you're young, you know, we can adjust that cost, you know, make some adjustments there. I think that's the only difference, you know, as Aaron alluded to, is that this is the only time we can publicly, you know, disseminate our thoughts. What do we want to do? But I think the conversation has given us a vehicle to say, but the first thing that has to be settled among this commission is who wants to continue on the 95.5. And I know, you know, and I talked to the commission, I mean, to the employees last year, that when I voted yes, this will probably be the last time until I look at a different plan. You got JD that's saying the exorbitant costs, you know, are going all around. So what we need to do is have an official vote out here and be able to say in November or in October when we meet, so, hey, who wants to stay on the grandfather clause? Who wants to stay on the grandfather clause? Who wants to change?
We don't need to decide that.
No, not now. I'm saying in November.
But here's my
That's
question.
but-
How can you sit there and say, we want the employees to pay 5%, 10%, 15%? Y'all shop or your wife shop for you? Oh, never mind, JJ. Y'all shop or your wife shop for you. Because insurance is just like any other commodity. You shop around, you get the best price. So how do you know until you get quotes that you can't find a full coverage for less? Or how are they going to, you know, these insurance companies should be able to give you different quotes. I want a full coverage quote. I want a 95.5. I want a 90.10. they should be able to give you each one. And if they can't, you need to look elsewhere because there's options. But that's the problem they're all having here, is that you're already talking about employees are gonna pay something. Okay, that's where yes, we understand you need to, watch the budget and you need to be fiscally responsible. They understand that too. Where their bad feelings are coming from is you haven't even seen any kind of options and you're already deciding that they need to pay. You don't even know what's out there. You haven't gone shopping.
I agree.
And I am the clearance shopper, so don't, shop. Before you talk any more about it, get those quotes and get them at different things and show them. They just want to see the numbers. They're tired of feeling uncertain. They feel betrayed by you guys because they feel uncertain. If this had gone, hey, we need to get quotes, we need to get them at this diff so we can present them to them and see what they have to say about it.
Sure, I think we've discussed that. I think that that's probably a consensus that we need to look at, but the sooner we start.
I've been saying that for 2 years.
Go shopping. We give you permission.
When come to this, what's been waiting for me for the last 2 months, we've all been saying that they agree with you.
I don't care if you go to ask 5 or 10 companies, go shopping to make them work for their money.
It has to do with they're not happy with Rhonda as a person, and I feel like you're attacking her a little bit, because I've been in those meetings, JD, she has given you what you've asked for. And I think Andrew even said it, and you don't believe us, and that's where we're hurt. It's like, we need nothing. We've sat in those meetings and listened to her just as much as you have. And I think personal feelings are getting involved.
I've always wondered, and I've provided different, maybe those other brokers that haven't showed up, wanting an outside bid, outside of her getting the bids.
John, every consultant, she's a consultant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is a business person.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think she's lying as opposed to somebody else? Why are you picking her out as a liar? You're saying they're all coming from the same pool, so it doesn't matter which consultant we come from, they're all coming from the same pool. But you don't ever believe what she says.
And we have nothing
you
to
think she's
compare
lying.
with.
That's where we're seeing an issue is, we've seen her present you with things that you've asked for.
Not in the realm that I've talked to, just what Bob's first offered, that's
He
what I
said the
was
same
after.
thing she did. He couldn't give you numbers because of the time. He said the same thing
But
she
the way-
did
but
in
the
the
way-
meeting prior to
But
it.
the way it was organized and split out in 3 different options, 3 different choices out of the same type of,
She gave you those
Plan.
options, JD.
So-
She gave those to you.
But is that the same insurance as what we have now? Or is it a different deductible? I mean, what? You're not looking at the same thing. You're looking at this, well, this is cheaper. Well, yeah, because this has got a $5,000 deductible. Yeah, it's gonna be cheaper. You have to look at things that are comparable. You're looking at things that aren't even close to being comparable and thinking that they're the same thing.
He quoted the numbers directly off of what Mrs. Fernandez had.
But yet she's wrong. That's what you're saying, John.
Well,
You're not happy with her because she's wrong, but he quoted the same thing. So why is she so wrong?
I think you're misquoting and you're misleading the content of substance that's taken here, okay? Number one. Secondly, I'll tell you exactly, I have no problem explaining to you or to the taxpayers, which I happen to continue to say.
I'm a taxpayer
that we're-
too.
Exactly. And so you're just as liable to become incorporated in the cost of this municipality as the other 4,500. But to your point, in December of 2019, she walked in and she said that the contract had to be voted big. Okay? Big.
But she
On that, no, wait a minute, I'm not done yet. Her recommendation at that particular point in 2019, the taxpayers are listening, she recommended that you guys pay 5%. And the municipality, that was never brought to the attention of the commissioners. Never brought, never discussed, never said anything. I addressed that 3 or 4 minute meetings ago,
You
okay?
did, but
So I'm not saying.
she
wait a
did
minute.
say it, John.
Huh?
She presented you with 5% like you asked, because she knew from the year before that's what you were going for. She presented it in that meeting. That meeting, you were worried about who was going to vote. You were not listening to her.
No, that's right. The vote needed to take place was on the agenda in January. That's when it was scheduled. Go back and look at your agenda. That's when the vote was scheduled to take place.
So
And it
why
was
did you-
forced on the commission in December of 2016. I'll get you a copy of the agenda if you so desire, and I'll give you, and explain everything.
Please settle down. I'm not mad.
No.
I just want you to see our point of view.
Sure. I
We
know
also
exactly.
attended every meeting that Rhonda's been at, so we do know what she said.
Yeah.
We were there. We were awestruck when she presented you with the 5% because it was something that was very scary to us. So she did present it to you. And you said she did not.
Well, no, she didn't as far as I was
The
concerned.
minutes reflect that, John.
Yeah.
Yes, she presented it at that meeting.
Yes.
And so you weren't listening to
They-
her
they
because
rec-
of your
They
personal.
recommended that you guys played 5%.
She did, yes, she
It's
did.
in the minutes.
Yes.
Well, I'll have to take a look at those because I
Please
never
do.
remember
I
that.
can provide them for you if you would like.
And so, let me ask you as an employee then, so why did you consent to that?
It is, I have no choice, it's up to you.
No, but the 5%. you
I don't
said, hey,
want
we're willing-
5%.
We're willing to pay the 5%.
I don't want it, but if I would stay grandfathered in with my deductibles low and my coverage good, I would pay 5%. If you would promise me that you would stay in the grandfather clause.
Yeah.
But you want to go above and beyond that, and that's when it starts to affect me, because now I have a higher deductible. I have to pay more for any surgery, any outpatient, anything I do, I have to pay more out of pocket. So I'm taking a pay cut.
Yeah.
So yes, that affects me. That's why we're all upset, and that's why I wanted to know. You say you want to compensate us with the wage, but it's going to cost the taxpayers more money than if you kept the insurance the same as a grandfathered clause and gave us a 2% increase or what, maybe not even an increase. I don't know. That's why I asked you that question.
Well, sure, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but I mean, as JD has alluded to, no other organization is doing it.
But there is, that's false information. The county does it, which is in our county, the same county we all live in, so we're also paying that, and they're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, and how much, do you know how much money they have in their bowl?
I don't.
Find out. If we were sitting in that same financial position, we would be having this conversation.
Over $1 million.
Huh?
They're sitting on over $1 million.
So really, they're overtaxing you, right? Because they have
I
$1 million.
have no idea.
I
That's talk to the county
mean, maybe you should
commission
think about that.
Huh?
They're overtaxing this, I know. So, to answer my question, if you would please, are we looking at the same deductible? Are we looking at the same insurance? Is that what we're doing? Or are we looking at something totally different? That's what we don't understand is,
Yeah.
what are you actually looking for?
Well, that's exactly the discussion that's taking place here. I think Aaron answered your question. I think he says, that we're trying to discuss, where we're going to end up. I'm only one vote. You've got 5, good commissioners or 4, besides myself here, that we're trying to say, okay, so whatever 3 commissioners decide, that's the democratic process. I'll walk away happy. I won't bring it up, but that's exactly the question that we're looking for, Neil, is where do we want to be at?
Right. But
And once those 3 commissioners vote, I don't know whether they're going to say 95-5. They might say, you know what, we want to go, as I said, 85-15, 90-10. I don't know, until this commission has that discussion. And they can't bring us quotes now they can bring us quotes and we leave everything at 100%. But that's not making any difference in the vehicle that the commission is trying to move into, or at least explore the possibilities of changing some of those authority laws. That's what I'm saying. So I think the conversation has been redundant. I think we're all on the same page. I think, we need to move forward. I think, we need to get this quotation. We need to hear from, from the bidders and say, okay, give us what 100% would cost at this thing. Give us what it would cost at 90%. Give us, and then at that point, the commission makes a decision. So, whatever,
Are you looking at the same insurance as what our coverage is right now?
We don't know that because we haven't got any other quotes yet. We haven't
But is that what
contacted
you're
those
gonna
other
look
people.
for? Is that what you're gonna look for in the
That's
near
what I'm
future?
gonna look for. It has to
Are
be,
you looking at something with a $5,000 deductible?
it needs to be
100% like it is.
everything
Work
straight
down
through.
of the different variations that have been discussed up here, and at that point in time, within the budget that we allocated, within the budget that we made, the best plan that the three of us can agree upon within that dollar amount, that's what we'll have.
The three of you or the 5 of you?
Well, 3 out of 5, at least
Majority.
3 positive towards whatever plan.
Yeah,
But it needs to be
that
apples
was
for
the
apples.
only, that was the only thing that I was really trying to get across is that you guys have been beating this upside the head with the 10-foot pole, but you haven't brought options to the table. So you are really making everybody not feel very good.
I agree, which we can't even do for quite some time.
So
Yeah, I agree, I think we'll be the
that was my main point. I don't hate y'all. I don't want you to think I hate y'all. I just wanted to make a point, and I felt like, because my husband wanted to say what I was texting him, that I had to come down and, by the way, he still wants a job tomorrow. I had to come down and represent.
We're glad you did.
Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, Jason.
Okay, any further discussion on CIC? JD, any further things? All right. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to move on to item number C, employee staff health insurance coverage. Andrew?
Mayor, Commissioners, this was an item requested by Commissioner Brumbaugh to be on the agenda, so I defer to them.
So back to the context of what we were talking about, Chris, is the issue what's costing, what I think is wasteful, is when we're looking at all these plans, it has nothing to do with plans, nothing with who's covered. Everyone's got coverage where people are double covered, where the working spouse has insurance, they either take it or they don't, and they're on our plan. I think from the survey, there might have been 15 that said their spouse has coverage, give or take, I might be wrong. But if that's the case and they're taking it, that's $7,000 a pop we're double covered, essentially. That's over $100,000 a year. It's over $1 million the last 10 years, where companies don't do that. If the spouse has coverage, they have to sign a form saying, they're covered, and we aren't going to take them on as the city insuring them as well. If they're, and what the companies do a lot of times, if their spouse is covered somewhere else, they actually cannot they aren't eligible to be on the other plan. We can open it up, and that's why I'm bringing it up as I just have a hard time, because that's where we're truly wasteful. They're getting covered. Is it the same coverage? I don't know. Is it better? Maybe. Is it less? I don't know. But the fact that they're being covered, or they should be taking, the spouse should be taking their own insurance from their own employer, but we're absorbing that cost, which again is hurting us. And having, it's those are the numbers, $105,000 this year that we could have had to go to raises or whatever roads, whatever we want to do with it. And I think that's my context where I think it's wasteful. And companies don't do that. And so that's another option I'm trying to throw out there. And by the way, I voted for the last couple of budgets. I voted for the last budget and the dollar raise with the level that we funded it at, in effort to, depending on how these numbers came in,
there'd be cushion in there to try to do as much as we can to make it right if there was any change. I wanted that in there to keep the level where it was at, because I know this is a change. I'm trying to keep it as minimal as we can for everybody. Just throwing that out. But so that was the discussion. I have a hard time. I'm doing this all and coming into the commission seat. You know, my objective was, what's your agenda? What are you trying to do? Well, I'm trying to do things as efficiently as we can without having to raise taxes until I'm sufficient with everything's being used appropriately, or and the money's being spent, and we're being good stewards over it. I'm not going to vote to raise taxes when there's other places for it to come from. And this is an obvious one to me, and so I'm throwing it out there for people, because here again is a change. I don't really feel like we should be absorbing someone when they need to be taking the coverage from the place they're working. So.
You said you had some numbers.
Well, that was it. 15 on the survey. 15 people said the spouses were covered, and
Was it full coverage or just partial coverage?
That was just the survey. I don't know.
So if they're partially covered,
I don't know partial coverage.
well, if it's 70-30,
Well, they got coverage.
They got coverage,
They got coverage.
but it's still a deducting the employee's wage. So we're gonna have a plan that compensates them for the other 30% of their policy. Is that?
No, they just, that's their insurance. In my opinion, if that's their insurance, that's what they need to take, and we shouldn't be absorbing that, because, and this isn't some idea I came up with. This has been going on for a long time.
Which I understand
We're just late to the game by a long
but
time.
even if it's a 90-10 policy that they're paying, so that our employer is gonna have to pay that extra 10% out of his pocket. So it's taken
from their family deal.
Well, it's gonna come from the family,
Yeah.
but it's 10% of whatever that person's policy cost would be that the employee's having to pay for. So is there a policy around that would actually, well, they're getting covered 90 and then we're a secondary, so we pick up 10%? So that everybody is still full coverage. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. That's
I'd be surprised if something like that.
I've never heard of it.
And I don't know.
Usually,
But it's still making the employee spouse or whatever take somebody else's insurance that is not 100%, it's still a deduction in the employee's wage.
yeah.
But I get your point, but I think, the city should be held responsible for paying somebody's insurance that their employer, if the people that they're employed by isn't covering that expense, that's not the city's fault. Do you follow what I'm saying? Ken.
Are you saying you'll continue paying some employees' insurance, wife's insurance, if they have no job, right?
Right.
So,
I mean, that was my opinion. My opinion is.
So why are you discriminating my wife for choosing to work and not get our insurance, but you'll pay someone else's wife that doesn't work her insurance? Why would you do that? I mean, I don't see where the wash is there.
So this is common practice.
So you're saying if my wife's wages are lower than her insurance or whatever, it'd be cheaper for her to just quit her job so she can stay at home and have my full.
All those decisions have to be based on the family. I'm just saying, in my opinion, as a city policy, if the spouse is working and their employer offers insurance, they cannot get on the city's insurance when they're offered insurance on their plan. Good, bad, neither. Family has to figure that out. And usually, it's typical that there's a form saying whether you're, every year when you go into enrollment, whether your spouse has coverage or not, or is offered coverage from their work. And if they don't.
Yeah, sounds discrimination to me.
No, this is,
They should be, but yeah, we'll have to give them company insurance.
What he's saying
So I just think
Yeah, but it's hard to start making those employees do that now, making a new policy for any new hires. So they know what they're coming into, instead of just cramming it down their throat.
Well, I'm not, I'm just throwing it out there, that this is something, this is, I look at it, $105,000 budget expense that doesn't need to be there, because they have coverage somewhere else, and we're absorbing that.
But you can't take it away from, because it's still gonna cost the employee more money. It's gonna cost their money to pick up the
Well,
other.
I would say that employee needs to talk to their business and complain to them why they're having better insurance.
Well, there we go again, we don't have no numbers.
Well, it's not, this isn't a number.
You're learning!
This isn't a numbers thing, this is just a policy that I think we need to look at as far as being the most efficient and running the way the government should be running.
And I wouldn't have no problem on doing that for new hires. New hires would be fine, but you can't take it away from them.
Well, I brought that up before, but I think you said we can't have, it's either a all or none, where I said, well, can we grandfather people that in, and every new hire, they get something, and I mentioned that, and you said that probably wouldn't apply for HR purposes.
That's what I had suspected. Now, I'm not entirely sure about that. That may be possible. But again, we want someone with more HR expertise to weigh in on that.
What were you gonna say?
So you said that saves how much a year?
So if those numbers, if the survey was right,
Right.
15 are doing that, and it's 7,000 difference between the single and the child, or single and the spouse, to 12 or 13,000 to 20,000 for a family plan. So there's $8,000 difference times those 15 that we shouldn't, because their spouse is covered.
I have a
That's
question.
That's about 105,000.
What does that cost the taxpayer, can I ask? Is there a way to figure out how much saving that kind of money, what does that cost the taxpayer?
Well, what's 3 meals or whatever, probably it's about 3 meals or. But here again.
So here's my question, are the residents of Sherman County complaining that their city employees are making too much and getting insurance and that's why their taxes are high?
So, no, but.
Okay, so when their street isn't taken care of the way it should be because now you're only getting mediocre employees, are they really good? I don't know how much it is. Is it $5, $10? Is a person really gonna care that you took away a family plan and saved them $5 or $10 and now you have mediocre streets? Would they have rather paid that $10, kept that employee that was a really good employee and made their streets really good?
So let me ask her this question. So having said that, okay, so how do you justify the fact that we have not been dealing with this issue? Now the streets are being resurfaced every 10 years. Why did that stop?
It's a different process.
Kent, it's a different process.
It's a different process, different chip seal.
It is irrelevant to me whether it's a different, process or not. The fact of the matter, I had several people call me this week on 8th Street. It's like, it's getting bumpy, I say, hey, we're in the process of re-chipping or whatever. But my point is, at any given case, we should have sustained and we should have continued to do that process every 3 years, regardless of its cost. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not blaming you or anybody else. I'm just, stating a fact that, that's how our infrastructure begins to dilapidate.
Shauna's not trying to attack y'all. She's just saying, you
Yeah,
don't have any
I
policies
understand.
in, you don't have numbers in, you don't even know if this is gonna save the taxpayer because you haven't run the numbers to see how much each individual taxpayer is going to save. So
It doesn't, that's irrelevant. This is a policy where we have to decide whether we're going to allow people to be double covered if their spouse is taking insurance from another employer. That's all that needs to be understood. Whether we would agree to that or not, and think that's a good thing or not. I think that's, if we think we're being good stewards over the taxpayers' money or not. If we think that others in the community are upset when they finally figure out, a lot of, the coverage that is being done, they're upset with it. From a lot of people that I've talked to, when they said that is not.
Do they know the wage we make when you talk about it?
Do what?
Do they know the wages we make?
What about the wages?
So our insurance policies always covered the fact that we get low wages. So it's always compensated each other. So when you tell people, hey, the City of Goodland employees get 100% paid insurance, oh yeah, they're gonna go, oh my gosh, that's crazy. But then do you say, starting wage is $13 an hour when you can go to Walmart and probably get $13 an hour?
Yeah, and not, so.
When you go to Colby and get $16 an hour?
As far as the wages, I went through them a year or two ago, and I highlighted everyone that I thought was out of line with all we had to go off of was Colby. I've done that the last couple of years when we provided that. Sometimes we're aligned with them, sometimes we aren't. It's hard to tell sometimes because of longevity, and we try to figure it out. But we aren't as far off as you think. But I'll always be it's always advocated to try to pay more, and I can be more willing to do that. But the flip side of that is we got to get in line, and that comes back to the philosophy, how you want to run the thing. We're going like this with the insurance premiums out of control, getting over $1 million now, where we could reorganize everything, run it like typical. We should be probably running it.
I thought the insurance was $650,000.
Do what?
No, it's close to.
Is it close to $1 million? I thought it was $650,000.
It's gone over $250,000 the last 5 years.
Because of ACA, and you are gonna run into that with because at least you're grandfathered in right now. You're not gonna be grandfathered into the insurance policies. You all do realize that, right?
My other deal is, it's really hard for me to continue to go down this path when the taxpayers footing the bill, their own insurance isn't even close to what we have here. And so I'm trying to get on a different path. That's just my philosophy, and what right or wrong. So
I don't think anybody has a problem with your philosophy. It's how y'all are going about it. You don't have numbers, you don't have, and I'm not talking about your numbers you've run. I'm talking about actual options that you can actually consider instead of running around in a circle 200 million thousand times and saying the exact same things that you've been saying the last 3 weeks on this issue, instead of waiting until you actually have done your shopping and your homework, like good people, and discuss it then.
Well, we hadn't had this discussion to get there because it hasn't happened to get to that point.
But how can you determine whether you want 5? I guess what we don't understand is how can you determine if you want to do 5 and 95, 90 and 10, 85 and 15? You have the numbers. You don't even know what you're dealing with, so how are you even trying to decide? You have each insurance company give you multiple quotes at multiple percentages. They'll give you those quotes if they want your business. If not, you didn't need to do business with them anyway. So that's our whole point. You guys are sitting, how are we going to establish this? Do you know if you're going to find a better option out there? Do you know if you restructure the one that you have with the company you have, you're still going to have as good a deal, or are they going to keep going up every year? ACA is screwing everybody, but the whole thing and what's causing the disillusionment of your employees is that you're trying to make a decision without the numbers, and they feel that they're not worth your time to take a look at the numbers. You're just, oh, we need to do this and we need to do that, but you don't have any research to back up those numbers.
This discussion has nothing to do with the numbers. It's just whether, I have no idea where 2 or 3 of them, John, I think I do, stand as far as whether this is a good policy. Maybe you don't think it is, and we go on. That's just where I'm coming from. It's a way we can save money, and people are still have coverage.
But how do you know?
So let me just
That's our question.
let me just call the cattleman, okay? I think we've been redundant. I think we've said things over and over and over again. You said something very important, Amy, options. And that's what I want the employees to listen to. That's what I want, options. That's all that we're looking for. So keep an open mind on that it's all about the options. You're right, we don't have the numbers yet, and we cannot manifest them. So the only thing that we can do is wait for the numbers, bring them in, and say, okay, for center number 1, center number 2, center number 3, here's what we want from you. 3 or 4 or 5 different options. But I'm telling the employees right now, and everybody present, that when that time comes, I want you to have an open mind, because options are being currently discussed. And so I think, we understand, and I think we'll go to work on it. I'll visit with Andrew and, try to formulate, some individuals that he can contact, and along with Mr. Longhopper, at least, to come in the near future and say, here, hopefully, possibly even at our next meeting. But you're absolutely right, just options, and that's what we want to do.
Well, the other thing was the timing. My wife just got for the service center, she works for the service center locally, so she just got hers, what her options are. And so enrollment's happening now. So in talking with the staff, needing time, as much time to make decisions or whatever. So if that's happening, I don't know who's all tied in with teachers and that whole, but everyone's different if their spouse is working. Enrollment may be different timing. So the sooner, if we were to have something like this, the sooner then we get that off the table so you can make decisions. So that was the other part in talking through this, that I actually said, let's wait another week, and I told Andrew, no, let's put it back on, because my wife just got her stuff, and other people might have enrollment decisions to make too. And so if there was people that, I don't know where Aaron is, and maybe JJ, I don't know where Gary is on this, and maybe we need to wait until next, have people think about it and decide whether we do anything on it or not. But that's part of the discussion, getting out in front of it too. So people will have time as their enrollment periods come up. So
I think it's a wonderful thought to save money. I think it's a wonderful thing to find the best solution for the employees and y'all. It's just without, JJ mentioned 3 meetings ago, we need to bring more options to the table. We need to bring more insurance companies, and nobody's done that yet. And so they've been held in limbo, and it keeps getting talked about, but no option has been brought to the table yet. And I think that's the frustration. Just bring options to the table. Then have a discussion. If that makes any sense.
Okay, anything further that you want to expound on this item C, please?
I would like to know the other stuff, actually, just the
Initial thoughts for no more employees and effects overall going out compared to the budget as a whole. I'm not so sure it's worth it, but I'm willing to put the thought into it over the next couple of weeks and revisit that.
Like I said, I still think even if they have to pay 10% out of their own pocket, if an employee goes to a different, if their spouse goes to somewhere else, it's still a cut in pay. So that's why I was asked about if a secondary insurance policy we can come up with to cover that, because I don't want the employees still not having to pay for any insurance.
Secondary policy probably gave any savings.
When you say that, you're talking for family, for single, for spouse, child, you're talking all across the board.
Well, no, just for the spouse. If the spouse has, they can get coverage. Simply as I'll say, it's a 70-30 match.
Well, I mean, when you say, what the employees have to pay, my opinion, which is.
But it's still, to me, it's still a deduct in their wage. It's taking money still out of their pocket.
So my end game is the single would never pay anything, 100%.
And I understand that.
Everything else.
But still, if you make a spouse pay for that, or the family pay for that, it's still money out of their pocket.
Right.
And if you want to try to compensate them for the money that it's going to cost them to take care of it, it still costs the city more money to take care of that extra percentage. It's still going to cost us more money. I'm done with that for right now.
I don't see how we can, offer it to coverage to one and not offer same coverage to the other, right, truthful. But then on the other hand, if they're not taking the company plan, they should be getting more money there. What do you do? So I'm
Well, they do, and there's policies that incentivize, if you don't take our insurance, we're gonna give you X amount. There's all kinds of ways you can organize it. So, and then they might come out ahead, actually. So, but here it kind of becomes to how it's organized and being able to come up with different plans that are out of the box. You know, that people, the different companies do.
So I think, you know, it's all about, go ahead.
Get quotes on package insurance and see what we can do. You know, you get one outfit that's getting quotes from all the insurance companies. Next outfit will be getting quotes, and they're not all going to be the same quotes. That's just like buying parts. You go buy a part from one outfit, and the same thing, it's a different price at the next outfit. I'm not ready to vote on that.
Okay, well, the only thing that I'd say, I guess we've had some candid discussion, but however, you know, we discussed about paying Mrs. Fernandez $4,500. JD's come up with $105,000 that might help the budget. The numbers are significantly different, so I kind of tend to agree with JD on the matter, but, you know, I also know there's been some very good discussion here, so I'm okay with putting it off until we start getting some quotes and getting options. And that way, we can present you exactly with what the exact number is. Okay? Any further discussions? Going once, twice, second, third, fourth, fifth? All right, we move on to item number D, corner lot setbacks. Andrew?
Mayor, Commissioners, this item was requested by Commissioner Howard at the last meeting as a discussion item. I do have the code citation in your agenda packet. Essentially, it's going to look at corner lots that have to abide by two basically front setback requirements. If you're on a corner lot, you have to have your front yard setback, and then the street side is basically an additional front yard setback. I think there was some interest from the commission in reducing that setback requirement or getting rid of that additional setback requirement. So looking for input from commissioners on what you'd like to see, if there still is interest in policy change.
Well, my thought on it is, I mean, a corner lot, a lot of these lots are smaller that are coming available on the corners. And if you had an extra 15 foot, there's nothing you can build on. So if we could at least go back to line of sight with whatever sticks out the furthest on that street each way and build to that, that's what most communities do. And get rid of the 15 foot, because of some of the houses right now, the house on 802 Harrison, the garage is actually 4 foot into that extra 15 foot easement. And that customer actually wanted to make a garage bigger, which would have added more tax base to his property. And if you look at line of sight down the street, the others were way out further than what he was already at. So I think it should at least be changed to line of sight on a corner lot.
I think I kind of agree with him there. I mean, we just went through a situation. The difference between what Mrs. Busby was trying to do was only 6 foot difference. 6 foot difference. And by the time she was going to add and attach, that patio to it, the actual side or the dimensions of the house was going to be bigger than the double wide that was there. And so you're right, line side is pretty standard, of what people, use. So I'd be in favor of setting that back.
Where is it? How about this? So you just do the line side, it's going to be based on whatever is currently there, correct? So you're on a corner lot where you have properties that are close to the street. You go down further, let's say you're on another corner lot where the properties are further back from the street, you don't get the same allowance to put that close to the street.
Well, they still have their setbacks on those streets. You'd still have your normal setback on the center lot street. The center lots, you still have that setback.
Yeah, but I mean, not everything is currently built to the exact same standard, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you change it to that, depending on where you're building, you're gonna have different standards at which you can build.
Either that or take out the 15 foot and just leave it at the other setbacks as it is. Because it's still, even with the regular setback, you still have your 30 foot line of sight going around the corner, so you're good.
Anything that's being built in is with the line of sight. But, either way. What do you think?
Well, we're making some sense.
So you say just do it, so 15 feet to raise your setback. What is the regular setback?
It depends on the street. I mean, a lot of the streets are 80 foot, and the city property is usually, a lot of the streets are only like 40 foot, so there's 14 to 20 foot of setback into your yard is city property.
Some clarification, this is just for building, right?
Well, for houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not shrubs and shit.
No.
JJ, if I may, setback's going to depend, if I'm incorrect, Andrew, let me know, but it's going to depend on your zoning.
Right.
So R1, R2, commercial's all going to have something different. I wouldn't so much go to the fact and say, hey, it's 44 feet back behind the back of curb. It's going to be 15 feet off of your property line. Because not every road is built exactly, and then we have roads in this town that are all completely different widths.
Right.
So yeah, just to make that clarification, just so somebody doesn't go out and say, well, 44 feet from the center of the road, that ought to be about my setback.
Right, yeah.
Just clarification, so.
Yeah, it has to go from wherever the city property setback is, yeah.
I believe in R1, there is basically what you're talking about is the front setback and then the side setback. The side setback is, the side yard must be no less than 6, no more than 15 feet wide. So there's kind of a range there for your side yard requirement.
Well, what is it for the front? Because it's 10 foot, I think, and then plus another 15 as it reads now. Isn't it somewhere close to that?
Off the top of my head, I'm usually looking at commercial stuff too, so.
We need more power.
Sorry.
Then we know a lot of this is the current
I do, the county does, not our Mary, do you have any data report? Get one.
No, I'm right here.
Every corner lot will have additional setbacks. This is why it's not a key reason. Yeah, just more traffic flow. side yard shall not be less than 10% of the lot width. Such setback shall be no less than 6 feet and need to be no greater than 15 feet. However, for dwellings and accessory structures located at corner lots, there shall be side yard setback from the intersecting streets not less than 15 feet. In case such lot is back to back with another corner lot, and 25 feet in every other case.
So really, Brian, back up.
As long as it's not going to impede driving and visibility, because I just had someone complaining about me to me today about corners we can't see.
I think that issue was more trees and bushes than buildings.
Yeah, he didn't specify, but
I mean, I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of the line of sight, just because there is so much variance, especially here in town, as far as, setback for front yard, the side yard. I don't think that's a big deal. Typically, so with main I would be more for that. To allow the business there, because I can't imagine that 9 foot close to the street is going to affect a lot of side, like I said, a lot of side issues are shrubbery, not there.
right.
But then you also have to see what you're based on, what your actual street address is, where your front and where your side is. I guess what street is playing with your front, your street address.
How did it come about, or is that the beginning of things standard people are going outside the standard norms? There's a reason why they put there.
Most likely, it's just kind of line of sight type thing.
I think the discussion, and I guess I refer to Commissioner Howard, initiation of the discussion, basically we've got some property owners who are looking at developing corner lots. I think Goodland does kind of have this history of having some very tiny lots that people are trying to develop on, so they're kind of trying to push. I mean, I think ideally you would want some of these regulations, again, to seek precaution, but smaller lots, it's kind of where the local rule, what works for Goodland comes into play.
This is Brian, just what we
Yeah, Brian and I had a discussion, like neither of us had any objection to reducing staff.
And we can table this, we can talk about it at the next meeting too. And maybe get Brian.
Well, we get some options.
And get Brian to get his input and everything. That's fine.
I think that's good.
All right. Any other concerns, questions? Move on to item number 6, city manager's report, Andrew. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, E, sale of city land. Andrew?
Mayor, Commissioners, Commissioner Howard have reached out and was interested in purchasing the land over by Second and Kansas, kind of near where the topside development is. The city does own land kind of all around there. Included in your agenda packets, the specific lots being looked at. Again, I'll kind of defer to Commissioner Howard after this. But he is interested in purchasing those pieces of land from the city. So I guess the question for commissioners is kind of twofold. Is one, are we interested in disposing of that land or selling that land? And then two, is there a process to go about that you'd like to see the disposal done with? Bids, requests, things like that.
So, just for the sake of the commission, will you explain the exact geographical location of where it is? So, from the water plant.
So it is north of the water plant.
Okay.
Where that Second Street Road extension is going in, where the topside manor project is north of that road. And
So they're north of the new outside street.
Yes. And these lots will get developed for housing? That's what I'm planning on doing.
What's your thought here?
No sewer in there.
What?
No sewer in there.
But there'll be sewer brought in eventually for the new topside manor somewhere close, so. Right?
That's above my pay grade.
Right, yeah.
I don't know.
Derek, please.
I don't think we should be in a hurry to sell anything up there.
Aaron?
I kind of agree with Gary. I'm not so sure that we're looking to sell at the moment, especially with development of the area there. Again, but I would probably show up at that point. And also, I'm not so sure, we in the city, I'd be more apt if we were to sell something, to do in the way of listing than trying to sell for real value, or take bid process if the person's interested in the private sale. Personally.
JJ? I mean, JD. You got something?
That's probably hold on.
Oh, what, hold on. What?
It will bring tax revenue. Or would have.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 6, reports, AC Mayor Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. A few items. Wanted to just make you all aware of it. We're running into some issues with public transportation ban and remaining operational. Whatnot. Right now, we don't have any drivers who are able to pass the KDOT. Basically, KDOT requires a certain threshold physical. Current van drivers are able to make successfully pass that. So we are working on getting some other drivers, backup drivers certified. We are right now advertising for part-time van drivers. Right now, the position comprises of 2 part-time van drivers. But in our experience around here, it's harder to find part-time help than it is full-time help. A lot of the time, people just are not looking for part-time help. A lot of times, the people that apply for part-time help are not able to get past these required measures. So we are putting out basically for both part-time and full-time. We're able to find some full-time applicants. We may have to look at restructuring some positions within the organization to fit that in. But for right now, again, we're pulling people off the street and alley in different departments and we're hoping to pull some people off of different departments, just get the van to run when we can. It's going to be kind of spotty until we get this thing figured out, but we're trying, and these processes take time, so I just wanted you all to be aware of why we kind of didn't have a lot of van operation last week. Kind of don't know what the van is going to be like this week. We're trying to fit personnel to what we're dealing with here, but we're taking steps to try and get it resolved. It's just going to take some weeks before we get there.
Like 30s.
Pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's about 30,000.
I don't know if we need to look at, is this important, or is it important community service? To get people around that don't have other options. We need to bring a lot of patients and stuff to the hospital and wherever. You think it'd be filled if it was just a full-time position?
We've started advertising it as full-time just to see what comes out, what comes back. We've already received 1 applicant, and I think we'll put the position out Thursday. I think that's just been our experience, is people here that are looking for work are looking for full-time.
Well, I mean, I don't want to rehash everything, but here again is, ideally, if we have $30,000, whatever, you could think a little bit more if you're only covering the single employee, you can make it a full-time position to bring someone else on board, but if they brought a family, then you've got another 20 on the 30, and here we go. But
Plus about 38% in benefits as well.
But I think that's where it is handcuffed, I think.
Well, something that will keep the commission dry, you know, and see where, I'm sorry about this. What, 36? But, so you can keep us abreast as far as the status of it, and see where we're at.
So that's just kind of what we're dealing with there. We did submit to the county commission for spark funds, trying to get some reimbursement costs from some of the city's expenses through COVID-19, and then also some direct aid kind of grant requests go out as well to see if the federal government would cover those. If you had direct aid grant requests, they had to be basically something tied back to COVID-19. So we did kind of submit for some grant requests asking for touchless toilets, touchless faucets, hand dryers, things like that. Again, I don't think those are kind of top 10 needs in the city, but if the federal government has funding out there, then they're going to give it to somebody, they might as well give it to the city of Goodland. So we have submitted those requests, and I'll let you know what we get back. And then just a reminder, our next meeting is September the 8th, for Labor Day. That Monday, September 7th, so we have a meeting on Monday, that is pushed to Tuesday. So the office will be closed on the 7th, and we will have our meeting on the 8th.
Any questions for Andrew? Okay. Move on to item B, city court report.
Yes, in my department, we've hired a new employee at the front desk, and so we're training her, and then Sarah has been cross-trained to transition into AP and AR, but there's still a learning curve, so she's still learning too. We're scanning checks. Joyce, when Joyce was here, Joyce had us caught up, and now that Joyce has not been working, we are understanding a lot of what Joyce did, because it's the little things that we're missing. That we need her back to. We're working on the charge-off list and bad debt accounts. The list of charge-offs will be presented once it's complete, and the bad debts we're transitioning so all documentation can be accessed electronically. Finishing up the budget, I have to certify to the state and the county by the 25th, get department heads their copies, and then input it into the system. We're finishing up the KDOT audit. This is the first time the KDOT's ever audited the grant, and so there's been a lot of documentation and testing and stuff that they've required that we're following up on and getting that done. This big part of it, this is kind of what transpired from the audit. We're finishing up personnel information on summer help and then continuing daily operations. I feel like we're kind of running around in my office.
Any questions for Meredith? Okay, thank you. Move on to item C, Director Rich.
Okay, this is my last one, so I'll be short and sweet, okay? Parks Department stuff, they helped chip seal with Kenton. Those guys, I thought did really well, worked out good and stuff, and we've got a good product out. Guys helped with the Meals on Wheels, Danny's department and stuff. Put out the new trash containers, I don't know whether you've seen them around town, stuff out there and go. Goulet for Rosalie and Chambers and stuff, put them out. Of course, we've been mowing, weed eating the streets, spraying the streets. Winterizing, Danny's been winterizing the stuff already out the whole baseball field. We've been doing equipment checklists to make sure that fuel inventory, Neil does that. Wells and lift stations, he takes care of all the residuals that we've been working on. Also the treatment plant, reset and repair meters at 604 Washington. Locates and work orders we've been working on, both of them. Extensions on fire hydrants out on 24/7. Replaced new fire hydrant at 216 East Highway 24. Picked up drip wrenches at 11th in Kansas. Replaced a couple of water meters and stuff around town, 2-inch ones and stuff for Shauna to make sure. Replaced chlorine bottles and stuff at the treatment plant and also at the pool. And we also been working over there trying to find the water leak and stuff over at the pool. And I think they pretty well found it this afternoon, so we're checking that out now. Into the month fuel reports. Hydrants out at the cemetery and stuff that got broken and stuff that we worked on those and getting those all fixed. Poured concrete out by the city office and stuff out here on the west side and also on the east side. Help water from getting down in the basement. Of course, sweeping streets, mowing, hold off some junk and stuff out from the police department. And they also built a temporary drive so Miller could pour new entrances in that there with the police department. Fixed some alleys, fixed doors with T-hangers and stuff out through the airport. Picking up rock and stuff around town on chip seal because we're going to do the fog seal on the 27th. That always makes everybody happy. Spraying mosquitoes. We put larvicide out on the 7th and 8th and 12th. I don't know whether anybody knows any better or worse or whatever, but we're trying anyway. Of course, you noticed out behind the GAC, turn that concrete out so you can replace the work down alley. Mowing right away still. Top of the Broad River, stuff out of the county about parking lot and stuff out on the highway. We talked about that, so that's about it.
Any questions for Rich?
Count the hour, day.
What's your last favorite?
Huh?
What's your last favorite?
9/11. Pick the good one.
We'll remember that. All right, no questions for Rich? No questions for Rich. All right, thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Rich.
You move it. Do it.
Okay, so at this time, I would recommend, I move that we go into executive session to discuss city manager. Oh, that's all right. I'm just going to starting with JD.
I guess just at the end of the pool season, I think Barb and staff did outstanding. I mean, there wasn't a single thing tied to the pool that I understood or virus or nothing, and that went on, and people did what they did, and I think it was just great that all the policies they had in place went off great, so they did an outstanding job there. And computer was done, I'm pretty sure about it. You got one? So I just want to have people look at the cemetery and make sure. Now, I know we had some rain, but that just doesn't happen because of rain. I mean, that's an outstanding job how the cemetery looks, and Jones is doing a great job, and I just walked in through there and took that, and just wanted to really commend the job that she's doing, and the care that she's been given, and so, I mean, I think it shows, and that was one of the areas that got kind of smoked, better terms, I don't know, before it's filled in. I mean, there's still spots, but it's right on track. She said it was going to be a 3 or 4 year deal, and she really cares about it and has done a great job. So I just wanted to show that off.
Anything else?
Sorry.
Eric?
So I have a personal thank you to Dustin and which crew who came by and took care of the issue at my house. Appreciate things are much better over there now. So thank you.
streets and everything, the chip seal looks really good. You guys did a good time in a timely manner, got that done really quick and good. The high wind, I seen the electrical throughout, repairing some stuff that was damaged in the high wind the other day. I really appreciate all the work that all the city employees do. 'Cause I wouldn't want to do it all the time. So I appreciate every single one of you employees, you gals and everybody that's over here in the city office, all the other employees out. I just want to reiterate that I appreciate you.
Anything else? Yeah.
I'm not in club, but I'm sure glad you guys are.
Okay. All right, I guess I'd like to express my gratitude for the candid conversations, that we're having here, so. With that being said, Andrew, did you have a chance to travel those side obstructions that I told you, like Fifth and, what's it, Fifth Street and Caldwell? Did you have them?
I have not, I'll have to double check that. Caldwell.
And whatever we need to do up there on 8th Street, everything we can do. But you said it was a triangle, right?
8th and 10th Street, yeah.
So what do we need to do to change it? What is it?
So the city would have to pass some sort of visibility standard saying that within the city right of way. And I've seen this in other communities, you have to leave from such and such to such and such height unobstructed. Other than, and so that the city would have to have the property owner go in and remove that tree, because it would not be in compliance with the code. My understanding, we did remove one other tree from that property in years past as a site triangle issue. That tree did fall into the site triangle. This one does not, and our code has some very specific parameters around how you measure site triangles. Their properties like that around town where
There's a lot of them.
there's a
What did
visibility.
you say that you have some complaints, Jamie, on obstruction or on streets?
They weren't specific on which ones, just in general.
Okay, with that being said, now, having a motion to move into executive session to discuss any matter pursuant to KSA 75-42-19B1 for discussion of personnel and non-elected personnel. I have a motion on the floor. We want to go into at least 15 minutes. And I want city manager and city commission to have a second. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Time is 8:14. I would excuse everybody.
My computer went blank, so I lost everything.
Okay. All right, so we call this meeting back to order at 8:29, and I'm going to make a motion to recess into executive session under the authority of KSA 75-4391 to discuss personnel matters for non-elected personnel. And 20 minutes, and we will request that all information be in executive session. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, I call this meeting back to order at 8:51. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.